Hey y'all! Welcome back to the Harbingers D&D campaign. Woo! We are so happy to be back now. Back to continue the campaign and to continue the story that we've been creating with you guys. Um, yeah, it has been a hot minute. It has been 3 weeks. So, um, we're gonna get started with or 2 weeks. Wait. It's been 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Sierra's holding up the number 3. Okay. It has been a hot minute. Anyway, with that, I don't believe there are any major announcements. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sierra.
Dusty will be joining us shortly.
Yes, Dusty is just running a bit behind, but he'll be here. Um, so hopefully we'll get started on the yes, the gang is back. We're all back together again. So for you guys who saw our posts online, we recommended rewatching last session that we have on our YouTube channel so that you guys could get back into the groove of where the story was at. But for those of you who don't necessarily have the time to watch it, we'll get started with a recap given by none other than Sierra. Um, and yeah, with that, we'll get started. We'll dive back into the recap with Nori and her notes.
Well, last session we started by building a house out of ruins. Well, Dusty did. Merilla and Nuri went and investigated a statue and then had a very intense conversation about Merilla not being human. And Merilla, once Amaris joined the conversation, was peeking into the thoughts of Amaris and Nuri to see if that was true, if they were telling the truth or just pulling a prank like her big brothers did. But their thoughts proved, maybe, I don't know what Marilla's thinking, but proved to some extent that they were telling the truth and that Nuri may or may not consider Merilla to be a monster. Which led to a tense evening as we all hunkered down in our little makeshift house without a door and slept through the night. When the morning came, we had a scout watching us from the Jackalwares, and we decided to go in as merchants from the Leodon Shipping Company here to trade goods from the Fey realm, led by Amaris. We went up. The guy was like, "Oh, you're here trading from the Fey realm. That's pretty cool." He's like, "Sure, Chloe will see you." So we follow him to the entrance of their den, talked to some other guards for a moment, and when they said we could enter, we instead fell through a giant hole in the ground and got split up into different tunnels. Amaris and Dusty went into one where they had to figure out a room with levers and doors and rising sand to escape. Merilla and Douse were in another room with uh not a rhyme. What do you call that?
A riddle?
A riddle. With riddles and poisonous darts, which they were able to figure out and go through several doors. And Nuri was alone, but that was no problem for her as she solved the room in record time and escaped using the reflection of moonlight.
Okay, I thought it would be a little bit harder, Nuri.
It's Mama Nuri, okay? It's Mama Nuri. The gang was able to get back together through this labyrinth under the den, and they continued through until they came across a Jackalware who was like, "Whoa, you guys shouldn't be here." And Nuri cast blindness on him, and Amaris, in her panic, threw Dusty. And Dusty then closed the mouth of the Jackalware, and the Jackalware freaked out because there's a scorpion on his face and knocked himself out. They continued to use this tactic 2 more times, which worked successfully, as they knocked out another Jackalware who was yawning, didn't see them, and another Jackalware in front of the boss room who was dressed kind of like an Egyptian, and Dusty drop kicked him out of scorpion form, totally knocking him out, which then led us to the big fancy door of Cleo. And Cleo, we discovered as we peeked inside, is actually a Lamia, which is a woman and lion combined. And she was talking to a drow who had marks on her cheeks that are identical to Merilla's. And in front of her was who we assume is one of the Valkyries in tatters and gross clothing. And there's also some jackals around this lamia. And they were discussing about going to the mist to get their inheritance. But then the jackals smelled us, and the drow then went behind the throne and vanished, which we can assume is through shadows, because it's shadowy over there. And Lamia and the jackals are looking at the door, which we were all peeking through. And that is where we ended.
Woo! There we go. Anything else anyone wants to add?
For some reason, I thought we had entered the room a little bit.
No, I pulled you guys into the room so you could see it while I was describing.
Oh,
But
okay.
you guys were like
That's fine.
stacked. So I'm gonna go over the final scene with all my descriptions again.
So to clarify, though, we're busted. They know we're here, right?
Yeah. The jackals smelled us.
Fair enough. I didn't get the chance to shower that morning.
Actually, we did. Nuri went around with a spell and made everyone smell like they had just showered.
Prestidigitation.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, presentation.
So, and like cleaned off all the dirt. So we actually did technically have showers. It's just magical.
A magical
It's that
shower.
floral shampoo. That's what it was.
Well, clean, but he didn't get any water. Also, hi, I'm here.
Greg, you're here!
Greg!
I don't have a
so
camera.
yes.
But you're just gonna have to listen to my luxurious voice and accept
Ah.
that.
Ooh.
Alrighty, Greg, we know is out traveling right now, so
Yep.
we are very grateful that you are here, Greg.
Yep. I might have to cut out early, but we will see. We'll find out when that time comes.
Alrighty.
Just leave
Well.
without telling us. Greg, it's your
Let us
turn.
know when you have to leave. Alrighty. Well, with that, I will just re-describe the room here real quick. You guys are all kind of like stacked on top of each other, peeking through the door. The door is like one that you would pull towards yourself to open. And so you guys are kind of like peeking in, all stacked up on top of each other. That's the only reason that you guys are like in the room. But what you guys see is a very opulently designed tavern here. And it's very richly decorated, with opal floors and did I just kick something? I did, but it's fine. All right. There's a lot of cords underneath my desk. But anyways, so very beautiful floors, high domed ceiling. And with that, over on the far end, you notice a raised dais, which is raised just about a foot up off the ground, a big sandstone platform with intricate carvings in it, and a huge, beautiful, opulent throne in the center. Lots of torches with a beautiful, gorgeous woman, Lamia, sitting in the throne. It's a very large throne to fit that because her bottom half is a lioness and her top half is a woman. She's wearing very flowy white drapes. She's also wearing a cape that who was it? It was Merilla, Nuri, and Dusty noticed the golden cape she was wearing, and they noticed that it shimmered and billowed like illusory sand, almost.
Sorry, the Lamia is wearing the cape of
Yes.
illusory sand.
Yes, the Lamia is wearing the cape. Keep the door closed. Sorry, my brother decided to pop in for a hot second. So, Oh goodness, sorry guys. This is what happens when you come home. Anyways, so she's wearing this illusory golden cloak. And there are two jackalware guards on either side of the dais, wearing very like Egyptian garb in their style. And it's very similar to the one that you just knocked unconscious behind you guys. There's also some cute little cactus plants over here because I think they're adorable, so I'm going to point them out. And a giant glass mirror that's very ornately designed, gold trimming and everything on the mirror. And then what you guys saw here for a moment was a drow woman with similar blue markings on her face to Merilla, which this is perfectly timed because the image of Merilla was just on the screen. But very similar blue markings to Merilla were on her face. As she mentioned to the Lamia, and you guys overheard just a little bit of their conversation about going to the mists, and then you also heard something about receiving their inheritance. Inheritance. I can pronounce my T's. You also see right in front of the Lamia, it seems to be this human woman in these dark robes, dark hair, who is bowing before the Lamia, but she looks very beaten and battered and bruised, as she's bowing before the Lamia. And then what you guys notice is that the Jackalware guards that are on either side here, that they kind of perk up and their ears kind of twitch a little bit, and the drow and the Lamia stop talking. And the drow says, "Ah, I will leave you to it then." As she walks backwards behind the throne where there is a patch of darkness. And from that, you don't see her again. Alrighty, I'm going to put you guys all back behind the door. That's technically where y'all are. Okay.
So I think I was the one that was technically holding the door open, and when they like look over, could have just closed it.
Appropriate reaction.
You're just going to close the door.
Well, it was like cracked open right. We're looking at. I'm just gonna close it. Well, we have like no time to make any plan because they literally just recognize that we're there. So I'm gonna look to Amaris and be like, traitor attack, and I'm gonna raise my hand with some magical energy.
Real quick, can I like almost retcon clarify something? So before we had this last altercation, Merlin would have turned off her light spell that she had in her brooch and pulled out her goggles of night. So you know.
Yes. I believe you
Thanks.
said that last time, but I'm not sure.
I thought about it after the session, so I just wanted to say it now.
Douse is suddenly completely in the dark and doesn't know what to do.
But you know that the room ahead is lit.
So I can see a little bit of light coming through, but that's about it.
Yeah.
What's happening, guys?
I guess we're gonna try plan A. It hasn't technically fallen apart yet.
No, not yet. I think that's the right idea.
Okay.
Although she does have that bracelet thing. Let's act quick though. They know we're here.
I'm gonna knock on the door.
Knock on the door.
Hold on, real
He
quick.
said we're trading option A.
Oh, that's
Okay,
true. Okay, okay, I'm down. Yeah. Support.
Real quick, I am going to cast a spell on myself.
Okay.
So I am going to cast enhance ability on myself.
Alrighty.
So you touch a creature and bestow upon it a magical enhancement. Choose one of the following effects. The target gains that effect until the spell ends. So for this, I am going to choose Owl's Wisdom. The target has advantage on wisdom checks.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be
So
so
that is
funny
what
if you
I'm
just
going
fell
to
flat on your face again?
Don't jinx it. So Amaris, or not Amaris, Nuri knocks on the door. I cast the spell on myself to hopefully be smarter in this whole thing. And then we wait.
There's a moment's pause where nothing seems to happen. How loudly you knocked pretty hard?
Yeah, I knocked like we're here. Hello.
Okay. With that, you gosh, this is ridiculous. After about maybe a minute or two.
I would not wait a whole minute. About after 30 seconds, I'd probably open the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna open the door, just peeking, and be like, "Hello, we request an audience."
Hello,
you
housekeeping.
Is this where the bathroom is?
As you guys are all saying these little comments, and the Lamia just kind of quirks her gaze, quirks her head to the side a little bit as she kind of views your party, and she waves her hand, just 2 fingers, towards the Jackalware in front. And he kind of comes over to where the door is and puts his arm out to open the door for you guys, so you guys can walk past and in.
I'm assuming the door's unlocked then for us.
No,
yeah,
it's still locked.
No,
Can
it's
we walk
open.
through it?
It's not
okay.
locked.
Well.
You guys can walk through.
Ah, cool.
Dusty, was he still in spider form or was he full form?
He's full form now.
He's full form.
Sorry,
Yeah.
scorpion.
All of his...
No scorpion
Okay.
mode. I have evolved.
And when you come in, the door closes. It doesn't lock, it just closes.
If that's the case, I would probably try and mirror Dusty in his positioning with the 2.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So with that, I would try to mirror Dusty's position as we walk in.
Ah, I see.
To kind of provide more of a secure, protecting the squishier people.
Alrighty.
As we enter,
nudge
just,
Amaris forward.
Tries to look totally chill, just walking next to Amaris, yeah, we're here to trade. 100%.
Alrighty.
So Amaris
She has
is
her
gonna
loot ready.
Amaris is gonna step up a bit, and she's gonna basically bow on one knee, just like a pretty polite gesture, and just be like, "Oh, great Cleo, we have traveled many days to come and trade with you."
I'll do a half bow.
Okay. Cleo kind of looks at her manicured nails and turns her head back towards you all. Go on.
We are here on behalf of the Leodon Shipping Company. We are from the Fey realm, and we have come to deliver some goods for you. And she's going to take off her backpack as if she's going to like go through it to to find some stuff to trade.
Okay. Make a deception check.
Oh boy. Let's see here.
First check of the game. First check back. We
Check
did it.
of the game.
We made it back.
Or
That is a 22.
That is a 22 for deception. She kind of like eyes you a little bit. And then looks at your entire party. She says, those two will do nicely. You can leave them behind and head on out. As she points to both Dusty and Douse.
Oh gosh.
Dusty just kind of like looks to the center. He like looks towards Amaris and Nuri, and then he kind of like looks back at her.
I'm going to interject here, and I'll be like, these two? Wow, they cost a pretty penny for us. What are you going to offer, Cleo? This is a trade, after all.
wait, what?
Dusty,
gonna, like, lean over,
he like looks back at
Instantly
Nuri.
messages Douse, shush, be quiet.
Yeah. Looks back to Cleo.
Oh, hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh. You're making me laugh so hard that I started coughing. Okay. Okay. She kind of starts wrapping her fingers together, kind of like wrapping them on each other a little bit. You know, the not quite the whole evildoer class, but more just idly. Well, safe passage through my domain is quite a big price already.
You would
I could
protect us from the
just-
sandworms?
I could
What
just
part of-
kill you all now. And
I'm
take
gonna look like I'm like looking at a watch. I'm like, well, that's a little boring. Nothing better? I heard you
Douse
were
is
a
really
big
through
collector.
what part of her domain has been safe so far? He's going through Douse's mind. He's like, we were trapped, we were attacked. Nothing feels safe here.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes back to the I am not merchandise. Wait.
She goes, I might be willing to offer something of more value. She turns toward the human who is still kneeling down at the bottom of the dais, and she goes, I'm pretty sure this is her name, but let me double check her name real quick so I can make sure I'm not saying it wrong. Yes, okay. She goes, Morwen, dear, inspect the wares.
What was the name?
Morwen.
Morwen.
Morwen. Morwen.
Morwen.
Wen.
Out of game. Uh-oh. As she says that, Dusty like his like glance shoots over back towards Nuri.
Nuri will step forwards to hear.
As Morwen kind of comes up.
And I will
Past
put my
you.
hand out to stop her. And be like, Chloe, dear, this is a deal from the great Leodon Shipping Company from the Fey realm. You will not inspect my goods until you provide something worth trading.
And Missy, You do not have any authority, especially if you don't even call me by my right name.
It's
It
not
is
Cleo?
Cleo, not Chloe.
Oh, did I say Chloe?
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, Merilla.
I did not ask.
I'm
You
gonna
should
look to
know
Amaris being
your
like,
buyers before you start going.
I'm gonna look to Amaris.
Okay, give me a sec, give me a sec. So while that's happening, Marilla is going to try to make some sort of eye contact with Morwen,
Mhm.
and she's going to send message over to her. She says, "Are you all right?"
Morwen, her eyes, she was like kind of looking down, but her gaze kind of looks up at you guys for kind of like the first time of her actually kind of looking up at you guys, and she's making eye contact with each one of you, kind of like curious.
I mean,
But
you don't
doesn't
look very
say.
good, but other than that,
Hold on one sec. I gotta pull up her card real quick. Right in front of me. That's gonna reload. I'm so sorry, guys. Computers, technology, they hate me. She does not respond. Hmm?
Okay. For this, Sierra, high or low?
Low. It's bad we don't have Greg with his amazing little counter behind him. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so
Okay.
sad.
Okay.
We'll have to
got
keep
it.
track mentally
Okay.
somewhere else.
I got it. Don't worry.
Okay. So you had guessed low.
That's high.
This is oh boy, I don't know what Amaris is thinking. But anyway, Amaris is just going to be like, my my dear cousin is right. These two have cost us quite much. I'm sure even more than you can even pay for.
You see Cleo stiffen for a moment. I have a very vast wealth here. I don't think you have quite the picture. You underestimate. But she kind of relaxes a bit and exhales. With that in mind, there is no way I will ever consider purchasing your wares unless you let me inspect them.
At this point, Douse would step up and be like, if I may then, why not a quick bout between me and maybe one of your subordinates? You can see how well this, he glances over at Nuri, product fares. Just kind of says it just a little bit with a tinge of annoyance.
She doesn't actually like look at you at all. She looks straight back at Nuri and says, "You let your wares speak to you like that? You let them speak."
They did cost a lot of money. So yes, we do. They earn it.
Our value is not
They don't.
mindless labor.
They don't earn anything, and we're done here. I don't want them. You can head on out, take your costly or, well, worthless piece of product and head on.
Real quick. It looks like Amaris looks around as if she's examining the room more thoroughly.
Okay.
And she's just like, it's no wonder you let your people speak. You literally live in a cave. You don't even have the riches to pay them. But if our deal is done here, then we'll be on our way.
She looks really confused for a moment and is like, my people don't speak unless spoken to. What are you trying to play at? I live in absolute grandeur here.
Absolute grandeur, and yet
We live in gold
never-
palaces, so
yeah, you never seem to leave. You've never seen the outside world and what can come from that.
I have
So, in
seen
all
more
honesty
from the
here-
outside than you have, little girl.
what was Merilla trying to do? I saw that your hand was raised, Teal.
I was going to, like, once this, like, little chunk of conversation was over, to, like, overlap conversation with message with Morwen. Not that
Oh,
Morwen
okay.
knows her name.
Okay. What were you trying to message Morwen?
Okay. It was okay to do now. Merla is going to message Morwen again and say, if you don't want to be here anymore, look up at the ceiling as if you're really bored.
She kind of locks her gaze with you, and her eyes like widen slightly, but her eyebrows furrow as she's kind of like giving you this look that you can. Actually, I'll let you roll insight for that.
Okay. Insight. Hold on, I'm about to find it.
20.
That's a dirty
Okay.
20.
Dang, alrighty, Merilla. Alright, so with that, you can kind of see this, like, pain in her eyes, but also this determination. It doesn't seem like she is ready to leave yet, but she wants to. If that makes sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So she wants to leave, but she has something keeping her here.
Well,
Yeah.
your character's not looking, so.
Well, I
But
know, but I'm trying
to
to help
clarify-
clarify.
Yeah. Thank you, Douse, for clarifying that. So yes. With that, Amaris back into this conversation with Cleo.
He had said, as I recall, just to like recap real quick, that she didn't want the wares and we could take them and leave. Is that what she said?
She said to that she was like, I won't take them anymore, so you can leave.
I'm gonna like pull out my notebook as if I'm gonna like write that down. I'm like, oh, okay. And I like start to make a note, and instead I'm gonna fling my my quill upwards, and a little white light will come across, and there's this blinding light that goes forwards as I cast Dispel Magic on her ankle bracelet.
Ooh.
Wait, what spell? It, like, blipped out. Something magic?
Dispel
magic.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Dispel
Excellent.
magic. Okay.
So if it's a 3rd level or lower, it immediately ends. And if it's not, then I have to make a roll against it, and the DC will equal 10 plus the spell's level of what's on the item.
Okay, let me look at the spell level real quick.
We get a nice shortcut if we're able to just dispel magic on the bracelet. I was gonna start trying to break it, but yeah, I mean this is a good shortcut.
Now, I actually had Nuri do high or low for which spell Amaris was going to use.
Wasn't silence like the last one?
I don't know if any of us have silence yet.
No. I mean, I
No,
do in
it
the form of
was-
drowning their face with water.
So when Merilla sees that, and as she notes the bright flash, Marilla's gonna message Morwen again, and she's just gonna say,
That's a lot of determination there. The Adventurers Guild is lucky to have you.
and with that, she's going to cast Bardic Inspiration.
Ooh, that's risky because we don't know if she'll fight against us or not.
Can you say what you were saying one more time?
Well, I mean, it might be anti-inspiration. I don't know. She said that, wow, that's a lot of determination. The Adventurers Guild is lucky to have you.
Ooh. Okay. All right, and she gets a bardic inspiration. Is that a D6?
Yes, this one.
Perfect. Perfect. And you send that through message?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Alrighty, Sierra, roll for your dispel magic.
Okay. Should have had okay. 18. It's pretty good. So if it's 8th level, it would have been dispelled.
It does not get dispelled.
Oh, shoot!
Nope.
Well, there's only one number higher than 8 as far as spell levels go.
Yep.
Of course,
there's
that's
only-
fine.
That's true. Man, that was so close.
Unless
That's
our
true.
DM is
Very-
named
It
legendary
was a
class.
valiant effort.
No, I had to find where I wrote it down, and I was like, ooh, this is gonna have to be a really good roll. Okay. So you cast a spell magic. And with that, Cleo grips the edges of her throne. And
Does that start initiative?
it does. And it does.
Okay.
It does start initiative. So
Sorry, what'd she say?
roll for initiative. She just kind of she just growls.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Wait, don't roll initiative yet, guys.
Oh.
Oh, okay, I'll take it back.
Yeah,
I was
I'll
gonna
take mine back.
try something on the I was gonna try the initiative tracker thing.
Oh.
Okay,
Okay,
go
it
for
looks
it.
like we also have to have our token selected when we roll initiative.
Yeah.
I think so. How do I pull that up? Oh
So
no.
sad I missed it by 1.
That is very sad.
Okay. I don't know.
Dang. So close.
Okay, maybe I can't add the initiative marker. Sorry, guys. Can't figure out where it is.
Well.
Okay. Darn.
Next
We'll
time.
just go off of what this is. Okay.
Fair enough.
Pencil and paper work well. Well
Can we
enough.
not do it
man.
manually in roll 20?
I
Can
tried.
not do the initiative tracker manually in roll 20?
I can't figure it out.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys. I was trying to do it.
It's on the toolbar.
Okay. Toolbar. Nope, that's not it.
So you have to click on the T button on the toolbar.
I don't see a T button. Oh my goodness, what just happened?
Okay, then never mind.
Yeah, there's no T button for me. Which is interesting. I don't know why there isn't.
Looks like there's a time button, but that's probably not it.
Yeah, the time button is oh my gosh, it's term order. Holy
Oh
crud,
my
guys.
goodness.
We
We
did
did
it.
it.
Okay, so they changed
Woohoo!
it.
Turn
Add a
order.
turn. Alrighty.
Very
So what do I
cool.
do? What?
I can edit it. Okay, I can put in
Yeah,
the new.
You can put in the one that you guys rolled.
Oh, I just re-rolled. Sorry. Do you want me to change it back?
Nah, that's fine. You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Because now we can use the fancy turn order thing, guys. Oh,
And
let
the
me roll for
viewers
the bad
can pay
guys.
attention to whose turn it is too. Oh
Yeah,
my
there
goodness.
we go.
Just don't forget we love you guys. Viewer engagement is our top priority here.
Exactly. If you guys have anything you guys want to see, let me know. Oh, put that in a 0-15. Well, okay.
They're gonna go before Merilla because Merilla has a -2.
There we go.
Yeah.
I wanted to use it with the turn tracker just to see how it works. Though I probably
Oopsies.
should have kept my old one. Oh well.
Descending.
This is not gonna be a good thing.
Alrighty, guys.
Ooh.
I have barely any spells left.
Well,
Don't worry, I have full tank ready to go.
we are kicking it off with Nuri. It is your turn.
Oh, I get to start?
Yep.
Hi or low, Emily.
Hi.
Okay. Okay. Nuri would not risk it not working again, so she's actually going to cast magic missile at level 3 on the bracelet, so it will automatically hit and do damage. Let's see, I get 3 darts and then 1 for each level, so I get 5 darts. Let's get +1. Gonna go with some person because I have that many d4s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's 18 points of damage to her bracelet. And then I'm gonna just step to the side.
So you're having all 3 darts hit the bracelet?
Well, I get 5 because I cast it at level 3. So, yeah, all 5 darts hit her bracelet for 18 points of damage.
18 points of damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Onto the bracelet. It has... Why does my computer keep turning? It has how many? 18 points of damage. Okay. Dang. So you fire and you shoot at this bracelet. And it just cracks and crumbles and falls off.
Oh! Okay.
Yeah, they
Alright.
don't have a ton of HP on them.
Well, something so valuable is very fragile.
Well, you use magic missile. You can't even roll to hit with that one.
Yeah, it just automatically hits.
That was
Yeah.
very good. That's what we needed. Yeah.
Alrighty. Initiative's over. No, just kidding. It's not over.
Suddenly turns out to be she's very peaceful and kind.
Yeah, Missy. So is that your turn, Nuri?
Yep. Because then I walked away, so this girl could have gotten an attack of opportunity.
She will not have taken it.
Okay, cool.
I'm okay. We'll have her act on. Okay, turn. Alrighty, so your turn is over. It is now the bad guy's turn. The BG turn. Do that. Alrighty. Oh, that's so fun. If I like highlight over someone, it'll like put a little yellow box around them. Okay.
When the bracelet was destroyed, was there like any magical thing like dispersing it all, or was it like any visual stuff happened besides it crumbled? I guess.
The kind of like purple light essence that was in it just dissipated before it crumbled. And then it just like crumbled and broke off into pieces on the floor. And that was pretty much it, is that the light faded out. And now it's her turn. And she looks down at her ankle and then looks back up at you and says, "Why? Kill her! Kill them all!" And then just and sends her guards.
Never mind, father. Kill Prince Siegfried. Very old movie.
Oh my goodness. Alrighty. So first things first, we're gonna go off of the jackal wares that are behind Merilla and Amaris.
Yay.
Yay! As they come up. And what are they doing? They are going to use their scimitars on you guys.
Excellent.
First on Merilla, that is going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
Oh, dang it. Okay. Now that hits.
Yeah. And that's going to be... Oh, that was cockeyed. 6 points of damage to you, Merilla.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So not too much. And then for you, Amaris, gonna roll the hit with the scimitar, and that one is a 21 to hit. They're rolling really well right now, guys. With
This is bad.
7 points of damage.
Make him make saving throws. Y'all know the drill. Y'all remember.
Saving throws only.
No. The bane of my existence, saving throws. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alrighty. So those two do that. You Douse. Where's the word?
Standing right there, front and center, yes.
Yes. Give me 1 sec. Pulling up a spell.
I did notice your Jackawares did not roll initiative. Are they going on
They're
Queen's
just
turn?
going on the queen's turn. I'm just
Okay.
having all of my NPCs go on the same turn. Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw,
Oh, wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look at the eyes.
That is 7.
7? Okay. The Lamia kind of looks at you, blows a little kiss.
He
And you are
smiles,
now
waves back. Hey,
you're
dang
now
it.
charmed.
She got me.
You're now charmed by the Lamia. So let's see. The charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows that it was charmed by you. So sorry, there was something really loud all of a sudden. So pretty much you regard the Lamia as a friendly acquaintance. She's your buddy, she's your friend. And it lasts for 1 hour. And she just kind of like waves you over with her little finger. She's like, "Come here." I'm not gonna do anything. You're just like. So as she calls you to come over to her.
Okay. It's not my turn yet, so we'll see what happens before that.
Exactly. And hold on 1 second. I think there is an emergency happening, so I will be right back.
Oh dear.
Oh shoot, an emergency.
That is
That's
not exactly what you want to hear.
Well, while
In
she's
case
gone,
you guys
this
wanted
message
to
is
know.
brought to you by.
Yeah, Edward, shoot, what's his name? He was a romantic era. No, sorry, he was a pre-Raphaelite painter. Painted the painting behind her in her background. Fantastic piece of art.
Wow. I'm glad that you recognized that. I had no idea, but I'm glad that you were able to tell. Wow.
I'm
Anyone?
noticing Douse is very strong against grunt wisdom saving throws, but when it comes to bosses, both the Hydra and now the Lamia, he cannot resist.
Are you a high enough level to just be able to say, actually, I'm not charmed anymore? Yet?
Yeah.
Are you a high enough level
Monks
for
can
that?
do that.
Okay, guys,
What
I
level
am
do they have to
back.
be? Because I don't think
Welcome
so.
back.
It might not be pre-Raphaelite.
Sorry. My brother was calling out my name and like screaming. And so it sounded like it was, a really bad emergency. And he had just dropped the entire box of M&Ms on the floor.
Oh, that is
Like,
a
That was an
disaster.
emergency.
That is. Why aren't you helping him?
Giant container. He gave me the container and was like, show it on your stream. So there it is, guys.
Nice.
What a 26-year-old is getting upset.
He rolled a natural one.
I
I'm
would
getting
be
M&Ms.
Roll
Yeah.
a natural one. It was very, very sad, but not interrupt the stream. We're gonna get back to it, guys. I'm so sorry. There have been so many
You have to be
interruptions.
7th level.
7th level for
Stillness of mind, a monk feature to get rid of being charmed.
Yeah, we need at least 3 more levels to get that because he's getting a warlock next.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
I did
Alrighty.
confirm it is pre-Raphaelite.
It is what?
We were talking about the art piece behind you.
Sorry.
It is a very pretty art piece, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Anyways, okay. On that note, guys. So Lamia charms you, and she just kind of come here. Hey. And you'll see Morwen comes forward over to Dusty. Or actually, wait, no. She might stay exactly where she is. Forgot that she is not a fighter. She is a sorcerer.
Awesome.
If she were to smack me right now,
Yeah.
it'd break the charm.
She does magic. Magic, guys. There's gonna be so much magic shenanigans. This is the first time I'm doing like a whole ton of magic in a thing, so you guys have to hold out with me real quick. Okay. All right, as she is going to cast one of her spells. And I need a piece of art to reference this. Come back here. This was perfect. As she is casting Maximilian's Earthen Hand.
Ah, rip.
We saw this in the D&D movie.
I didn't watch it. Now I'm gonna find out what happens.
Spoilers! No!
Am I gonna
Sorry.
get grasped? Am I gonna get grasped?
Maybe. Depends. Yeah. Because
It is
this
about equal
person,
distance to both of us.
as it is coming over at you, Dusty. Okay? And you must make a strength saving throw.
11.
You fail. You are now restrained and take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay?
Yeah.
8 points of bludgeoning damage. And you are now restrained by the hand as it is just holding you in place. We're just gonna put that on the little corner there. You're stuck.
Cool.
Yes, so you are now restrained, and to break out, you must make a strength check against her spell save DC
All right.
in order to escape. As she casts that, she is also going to. Actually, she's going to stay right where she is. She does not want an opportunity attack. So she casts that spell. And then it's time for these jackal-wares.
Yeah.
This one's going to come over to Nuri. He's going to beat down.
No! Please roll low.
These are the
really
big
low.
ones, too.
You know, literally the last time Nuri got hit, she went down in one shot.
I
So,
did.
To be
just
fair,
a reminder.
that was a sandworm.
Yeah.
This is different.
I'm still really
Also-
squishy.
That one he was also like a
Listen.
swallow.
Nat 20 max damage is always possible. You know?
Oh,
Nat
yes.
20 max damage is always a possibility.
Well, he comes over to you and is using his scimitar on you. It does 6 points of damage to you, Nuri.
Well, what did he roll for?
Oh, I'm so sorry. He rolled an 18 plus 5.
No.
So I figured it hit.
+5. Shoot. I'm just not in a good position.
And it was 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Okay. He's also going to strike you again.
Oh.
Oh, with a nat 1.
That is better.
So he comes in to slash at you, and it hits true. And you get slashed, but then he kind of gets a little overconfident and tries to like come under for a little bit of a riposte here. But kind of like quirks his arm at a weird angle and just kind of like totally misses you. And you see him just kind of like blink and just kind of stare at you for a moment. And you just see he looks incredibly embarrassed right now. Just extremely, just very visibly embarrassed as he's just like, Yep,
You missed the wizard.
he missed the wizard.
Ultimate insult, although he might not know that.
And then for the last guy, this guy's gonna come up here. And he is going to shoot with his bow. He's gonna shoot at Dusty.
Do I have cover because I'm being grasped by a hand?
It's not cover.
That's really
Unfortunately.
thick, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking either it has advantage or disadvantage. One of the two. I can move my head, I guess. You can't see, but I'm actually moving my head in real life as well,
Oh,
so side
just
to
like
side.
Dodge.
Yeah.
trying to dodge out
Bob
of it.
and weave. Squiggly squid.
I mean, I wasn't imagining his cover, but now, like, that you think about it, I'll say it's like a little bit. So we'll just say he has disadvantage on it. So,
Okay.
and he rolled the exact same number that he rolled before,
Oh, fantastic.
which is a dirty 20.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that hits.
Yeah, so
Even with disadvantage? Oof.
yeah, he rolled 2 15s in a row.
Oh, well done.
And for the bow, oh, that's going to be a different base. That is going to be 5 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
As Thy Begone says in the chat, off with their heads. He's aiming for the head as he's just like,
That is unfortunate.
yeah, a little bit. And with that, it is now Merilla's turn.
Okay. So I did have a plan, but we're postponing the plan. So Merilla sees Nuri get slashed, and as she turns around to face the jackaware that just slashed in the back, basically, she is going to yell over at Nuri, "Nuri, if you die again, I will follow you into the underworld and smack you!" And with that, she casts Bardic Inspiration, and I have 1d6.
That is some very good. I felt inspired.
Can you say that one more time? It must have like garbled together a little bit. I was like, man, she
did? Okay.
sounds
I'll be
angry.
slower.
I was able to glean.
I heard
Okay,
it.
so Merilla, with great gusto, says, "Nuri, if you die again, I will chase you down into the underworld hills and I will smack you."
Oh my gosh, that was gold.
Thank you.
Gain inspiration. I loved that.
I still have inspiration. I'm sorry.
Darn.
So
Use
she
your
is going to then
inspiration.
turn around and she's going to twin spell Shocking Grasp and try to get this jackaware.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them? You're just like,
Yes.
yeah.
Turn them into their puffy ball.
Lightning.
Make them puff.
Kill them all.
Do, do, do.
Ooh.
We can say both those hit, yeah?
Those
19
do
is lowest.
hit.
Sweet.
As you're choking
Wait,
out
wait.
both of them.
Wait, hold on. Both of them have like Egyptian wear kind of stuff, right?
No, not the ones that are behind you.
Ah, dang it. I was gonna say that includes metal, right?
No,
It
so
would.
she's using both hands on the one jackaware that slashed her.
Oh, both hands
She's
on
not
the
going
one
after
jackal.
both jackawares because she's too small for that. She's just going after the
Okay,
one.
just for
Sorry,
the
that
one.
would be cool.
Okay,
She's not that epic.
alrighty. 13. Okay, come on. So you do hit on both of those. Oh, that was a. How do you want to do this, Merilla?
Wait,
Yeah.
No, to the one. She put both of them on one.
Oh, I thought she put them on both separately.
No, it was both hands are sparking again because she twinned the spell. as you did on the one. Sorry, that's what I thought you meant. I thought you
On
were
just
referring to what
one of
happened
them.
earlier. That was my
Okay.
bad. She. What was the height difference between Merilla and this Jackaware?
He was much taller than you.
Then she is going to like crouch down as if she's like thinking about ducking, and she's just gonna like hug onto his leg and just.
She goes.
Yep. Claire.
Murder. And as you just shock him, he just like poofs out in like his fur just like puffs out, and you just see him collapse against the door, against the closed door, and just like
Perfect.
he's fried, just dead, just straight up dead. You have
What
murdered
happened when you
him.
go against a powerful sorceress?
He's quite a powerful sorceress. Alrighty, and is that your turn, Merilla?
Yep.
Alright, Amaris, it is your turn.
All right. So, if I am seeing this correctly, Emily, I'm gonna have you make some saving throws.
On the little jackal behind you?
No, on Cleo
throw.
and the Jackalware by her.
Oh, ooh. So you're doing it up there?
Yes.
Alright, so you're casting Shatter.
Casting Shatter.
The
Make
one that
those
we
saving
love.
throws and roll low.
Alrighty.
Wait, where are you
If
casting
it works,
I
can we see that the
looked
mirror shatters?
elsewhere.
So
If
I'm
it works, can we see that
positioning
the
it
mirror
in a way
shatters?
that it's gonna get Cleo and the Jackalware by her. And I think it would be cool if the mirror shatters if this works.
Does it get me?
Okay. So
No. It's a 10-foot
it's
radius sphere.
Constitution save. Does an 18 succeed?
Yes.
Dash.
Okay, so
Dang.
Cleo succeeds. And the other guy is gonna take double damage because he rolled a nat 1.
Yeah.
Ayo.
Poor guy. He's very sensitive with his hearing.
Go.
Alright. So
All right,
roll the
here we go.
damage.
So for Cleo, that's going to be 8. For the Jackalware, that is going to be 32.
8 damage on her.
Dang. So remind us, how does Amaris perform this spell again?
She more of hums this, but it starts low, but then it goes to like an ear-piercing shriek of a note.
Just screams.
Alrighty, as you do that, you see Cleo kind of like clap her hands over her ears, and she just growls at you. And then the other Jackalware, he clamps his hands over his ears, and he just cries out and kind of like falls to one knee, and you see a little bit of blood trickling out of one of his ears when he pulls his hands away.
Very well done.
So, for your
Yes.
context, Merilla is having Megan roll a high or low.
Oh, sorry, I was hoping to be discreet and not interrupt the flow. So I was, yeah. So I'll say it out loud now. So, because it happened in the past. So when Merilla shocks the thing, Amaris distinctly hears Merilla speak in a different language again.
Oh.
Which language?
Lore.
Elvish.
What does
Then
she
Amaris
say?
can understand it.
But it's like a whisper. It's like under her breath. But since you rolled that 20, you absolutely hear it. And you hear the word like spark. Sparks live. Sparks live.
Sparks live.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, moving on.
Is that your turn, Amaris?
That will be my turn.
All right, Douse. Hey.
Okay.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Your friend just
Um,
was getting hurt.
yeah, Douse is gonna. He's gonna grab his head. Oh, Cleo, Cleo! Oh no! He's gonna run up to her.
Fine.
Is this lady gonna be taking an attack of opportunity at all?
She will not.
This is so cute, you guys.
Okay.
So cute.
Yeah.
But he'll be running up. He's gonna. Be, so sorry about everything of yours breaking. I mean, you look beautiful, anyways. He's gonna get up here, see this guy hunched over, and he's gonna do a quick jab as he goes by with one hit, and then kicking him in the back as he goes by to kind of kick him down off the throne.
Roll the hit.
So first one will be stunning strike. That is a 19 to plus 5, so that is a 24 to hit.
Oh shoot, that hits.
Yeah.
Yep. One of my keys, so he will be stunned, whether he lives this or not. And
Okay.
it is 1d6 plus 2 damage. So that's a 3 damage hit.
3 damage.
And he's stunned as well, right? Because that was stunning
Yes.
strike.
Oh dang.
And then just kind of kicking him off the pedestal behind me as I go by.
Okay, roll the hit with that one.
Okay, that's 8.
8 does not hit. You kind of miss with the kick since you aren't technically like looking at him.
Okay, but then he's just gonna go up to Chloe and be like, "Are you okay? I am so sorry. You're gonna be fine. It's all right. Sorry about everything of yours that's breaking."
He just looks down at you and it's like, look at what your folks are doing. They're wrecking up my place.
I am so sorry about that. I mean, we came here, we want to just talk about things and maybe come to an understanding. Maybe not, we don't know. But your folks have also been attacking us, so we're trying to just defend ourselves.
Douse. Oh wait, sorry, she doesn't know
Yeah.
your name. She goes, friend, what's the real reason why you're here?
Can he respond to that since it's like, because he also did actions and he did a whole bunch of talking?
I mean, I don't have to answer that. They have advantage on persuasion rolls, but do I have to answer that?
She will roll persuasion.
Okay. Do I roll against her? How does that work?
It would be against. I would say it would be
Wisdom
against your wisdom, like what your wisdom number is.
Okay. My wisdom number is 15.
15? Okay. She does not. She does not reach that.
Nice.
Her highest was a 7.
I mean, like I said, we just came to talk, to bargain.
For
Dormammu.
what? Dormammu.
This has been past 6 seconds, I believe.
Yes, we will stop it at there. She just says for what? It is now Dusty's turn.
All right. So Dusty, he's like struggling in the hand, but he kind of like relaxes his shoulder for a moment and he chants something under his breath, creating his spirit totem. And
Okay.
he's going to put it
Well,
probably
you are
here.
restrained, so if you do need like your hands to do that, then you won't be able to.
It is not required.
It is not required? Okay, great.
So he's going to put that down right there next to the blue lady. It has a radius of 30 feet, or, well, actually, the radius is, yeah, a 30-foot radius around that point. And so it should touch all of my teammates and all of everyone
Well, what shape is the totem?
in bear shape. Totem of the bear. This will give everyone 10 temporary hit points to start off. And
we're gonna give you a little panda bear rug to control.
Good. And as long as the totem's up, anyone in its aura has advantage on strength checks and saving throws.
How far is the aura?
30-foot radius.
Is that a panda?
It is a panda.
And
Yes,
it's for
I love
friendlies, right?
Yep. I'm gonna put that radius in real quick. Save
Oh
that.
yeah, I just put the radius in too.
Oh, it's
so.
okay. I'm gonna put it down like right there.
Okay.
It's gonna be best. And then I'm going to use my action to try and break free from the grasp of the stone hand.
Okay, make a strength check.
Okay, strength saving throw with advantage. Is it a saving throw or a check?
It is a check, I believe. Oh no, saving throw. Saving throw.
Okay. And I make it with advantage because I have the bear up. So we'll cross our fingers. Hey, good thing I had advantage. I did roll a 13. I rolled a 13. I rolled a 13. No other numbers were rolled today.
A 13
else.
and a 0.
Oh,
Good thing you had
natural one
advantage.
with the
Zero takers.
natural one with the -1 to strength. That's pretty good. Natural
With
0.
the 13, you do still fail.
Okay. So he struggles
Unfortunately.
again, but he just can't quite break out.
Nope.
And that is the end of his turn.
Okay. With that, it is back to Nuri.
Okay. So I will move away from this guy, giving him an attack of opportunity. If he takes
Okay.
it.
He will take it. With a
Fail.
14 to hit.
I don't have mage
Shield
armor on.
spell?
I don't have the shield
That's going to
spell.
be 8 points of damage.
Ooh.
Candy.
You only
That's
have 2
okay.
temporary hit points left.
So I'll move all the way over here then. Up against the torch. And wait, let me just count that real quick. It was, yeah, that was within range. Okay. And then just double checking. Okay, and then I'm gonna cast Grease.
Ew.
Right over here. Wait, let's see. It says it's a. That's not what I meant to put in there. Ignore that one. It was not blindness, deafness that I cast. Ignore that. I cast Grease. 10-foot square. So.
Okay, do you want me
That's
to?
not very big.
So like that
Is
big?
she technic? Yeah.
Yep.
Can I move it?
Um,
Or do I have to draw one?
let me. Yeah, you might have to draw your own.
Okay.
Douse, how long does the sun last?
Until my next turn.
Until your next turn. Okay. Alrighty, perfect. Nuri?
So, yeah,
Oh, sorry.
this guy can't move at all.
Okay.
Well,
Incapacitated. Yes.
Does that would this put Cleo in the square? Is that because it has part
No.
of her? Okay. Then we will change where that is.
She's technically on like these 4 right here on top of the thing, but I wanted you guys to see the chair a little bit more, so I brought her up. But technically, she's like right here. So that means Douse would be like right here, right?
Yeah,
Since she came up to her.
because he went up to her. He was like patting her, trying to make sure she's okay. So
Yeah.
In that case, high or low, Douse?
I'm gonna let you do what you want to do.
Well, high or low?
Fine, low.
So I'm actually, because you're like talking to this chick, I'm like, nope, not about that. So I will actually put her half in the square and Douse in the square. So they will both fall subject to this spell.
Okay.
So they need to make a dexterity saving throw or fall prone.
That is a
she's
13
already
for me.
like, she's already just sitting.
Is that prone though?
I don't know, because it's not like she's standing or moving.
I mean, if she has any weight
Standing.
forward, that any weight she's putting on her forward half of the body immediately just slips out underneath her.
Yeah,
I guess that's true.
it goes underneath her butt, and she just zoop,
Fall out of the
like she
chair.
just wasn't
Slips out and
expecting
then
it. She was like leaning into it a little bit, and it just across her back, and just
Okay, she got a
falls
19.
out from under.
She got a 19 for her dex save.
Yeah, okay.
That succeeds.
I got a
So-
13.
Oh, that might not succeed.
I think your
You said a
spell save is
13? Mine a 14.
So, Douse, you fall on your butt in this grease.
Oh, does that? Because I know to wake people up and for like sleep and whatnot, you just kind of have to slap them. Does that do the same thing with charmed?
No, you have to actually take damage for charm.
Okay.
And I think it has to be from the caster, doesn't it? Or her
Yeah,
allies?
it has to be from. Let me see real quick.
But this spell I did doesn't cause any damage. Just causes people who are in it to fall prone. Who end their turn there. Or are there when I form it.
Yeah, it's only if people do harm to him that it says if you and your companions do anything harmful to it. So if Cleo or any of the Jackalwares do anything harmful to you, that's when charm ends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was I fine to attack that Jackalware coming up? Because technically it's not the person. That was my thought.
I mean, you're not a huge fan of the Jackalwares, but like Cleo's good. She's a good one.
I mean, I've made some Jackalware friends.
Yeah. So you can do that on your own opinion.
Okay.
I'll leave that up to you. You know that
I
these
thought
are
it was-
Cleo's people, though. So
I stunned him. It wasn't, a full
Yeah.
attack.
yeah, it was fine. 3 points of damage. Okay. Nuri, is that your turn?
Taking out a weapon or item takes an action, right?
Yes.
Then yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. It is now Cleo's turn. Douse, from your position now on the floor, you can see at the very top of the mirror, there's like a little crack from when the shatter spell hit right above earlier. Not too big of a crack, just a little one. Very, very thick mirror. Let's see. Okay. So this Jackalware over here is going to attack Amaris again. $13 to hit.
Sadly.
Alrighty. And that's going to be the least amount of damage possible, which is 3.
Yay!
Place points of damage. As he just like tries to slash at you. It's not working too well.
He overestimates and just bonks me on the head with the handle.
Yeah, exactly. Just bonk. You're too short for him. Then we're gonna do actually Morwen. Morwen is going to see you restrained, and she is going to use her action to crush. You must make a strength saving throw again. Greg.
All right, I do have advantage. Hey, not 20. Nice.
Okay,
Hey.
nice. Alrighty, so with that, you're only going to take half damage as she is crushing with the hand.
Ow.
So that's going to be rounded down. That's going to be 4 points of damage. Okay. As she just squeezes. Sorry. As she just squeezes the hand and the earth comes tighter around you. And she is going to back up a bit. And she has and that was her action, so that's what she does. She just backs up a bit. Up to there. And then this Jackalware is still stunned, so he's gonna stay where he is. This
He's like just trying to
Jackalware
catch his breath.
Exactly. He's like, oh my gosh, that kick to the back of the head was just painful. This Jackalware is really not happy with you, Nuri. You just keep casting spells at his boss. So he's gonna come on over and attack you again. Where's his thing? First attack. 21 to hit.
That hits.
Second attack. 19 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. So I'm just gonna roll all the damage total.
Safe to say you won't have temporary hit points after this.
Yeah.
10 points of damage.
10. Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly
He
on the
rolled-
temporary hit.
Yeah, he rolled pretty low for damage.
That was love. I'm grateful. Cool.
Alrighty, so where are you at? Alrighty. Okay, perfect. I think that was all but Cleo, because now it's Cleo's turn. Douse, you fall flat on your butt, and she kind of laughs at that. She is going to.
Oh, I need to make a Constitution saving throw. Keep going. I'll tell you whether the spell drops or not.
Okay. Oh yeah, Constitution saving throw.
So the grease is now gone.
Oh, the grease is gone now. Okay.
Yeah.
Ignore that. I was trying to read that, not post it in chat.
Alrighty. She's going to look at you, Nuri. Well, first off, okay. She's able to do these 2 actions. But first off, she's going to cast a spell. And she's going to look at Nuri and she's going to say, "Why don't you stop casting spells for a time and just sit down and think about what you're doing?" And she's going to cast Geese or Geas, something like that. You place a magical command on a creature that you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. It must make a wisdom saving throw.
So is this technically a charm?
Yes.
Cool. So I have advantage.
Yes, you do.
19!
19. All right, so let me see. Okay, it does nothing.
Ooh.
You missed a bad one. This is a really bad spell. You're
What's the
cursed with
spell?
it for 30 days. Geese. It's Geas.
Oh,
That would have
Gias.
sucked.
Gias.
Anyway,
Yes,
Yes.
I don't know how to
came
pronounce
up
it.
and
Thank
I
you.
saw her.
Yes. Oh
Oh,
yeah. No,
geez.
it's
No, I'm
it's
kidding.
scary.
Yeah, and only a remove curse, greater restoration, or wish spell can end it. With exception of the caster can end it if they want to.
Well, that was a really close call to using magic
Yeah.
for 30 days.
Yeah. So she casts that on you, and it doesn't work.
Mind you being
Um,
stuck to sitting in that spot, like she said. Sit down and think.
Sit down and think about what you're doing. And then she's going to kind of see that it didn't quite stick, and her face falls. And she then like turns down and she looks at Douse and she goes, "Oh, why don't you get on up?" And she kind of like tries to help you stand with just by reaching out her hand a little bit, and she's going to have intoxicating touch from that.
No.
Are you?
Is this a bonus action spell?
It's Oh, you're right. She cannot do that right now because it is not a bonus action. I read that wrong. She will not do that.
Merilla!
Welcome.
Thank you.
DM makes mistakes too. Thank you. All right. So with that, she's not going to do intoxicating touch. Yes. Alrighty. That was her turn. She failed at everything. Man, I'm so glad you had advantage on that wisdom saving throw, Nuri. It was funny because I was looking at this and I was like, dang, 30 days. Hey, alrighty. It is now Merilla's turn.
Okay, so real quick. So is Douse able to resist the charm on his turn, or is it like a
He is charmed.
I think that's it until something happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
To
Cool.
end the charm.
Thank you. Because Merilla was gonna do whatever she was gonna do anyway, but I wanted to see how much I wanted to do it. Cool beans. So Merilla sees Amaris get attacked, and then she's like, "Oh my gosh!" kind of like she was like, "Dang it!" sort of face. And then she sees Nuri come over, and then the other Jackalware follow her and slash at her, and she's like, "Oh my gosh!" So she's going to like extend both of her fingers, and she's going to twin cast again, Firebolt, one at each.
Yes.
Alrighty. Roll the hit.
Oh dang it!
So which one's for which?
You have your inspiration. You can give yourself advantage.
Oh, that's true. I am going to do that. So I can finally use it. And then get it again later, maybe. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna re-roll the 11, and that's for the further one closer to Nuri.
Okay.
That hits.
Alrighty, that hits. So both of them get hit. So roll for damage. So which one got which?
Sucks. How the heck is it only that thing? Anyway.
Max damage.
Dang it. Let's go high or low. And
Do the
Nuri,
higher
since
one
you
on
have
the
less
left.
HP, is it high or is it low? If it's the one you pick, it's the max damage for
High.
you. High? Okay. Oh! So the max damage is the one right behind Amaris, and the 5 points of damage is the one by Nuri.
Okay, as you just burn the one behind Amaris to a freaking crisp, and he just dies. Just gonzo, and the other one only
Reduced
gets
to atoms.
5 points. You seem to like. So what happens is you cast yourself first, the one right next to you, and it just like you kind of like are right next to him. It just catches on his fur, and just he goes straight into flames, and just collapses on the ground, just straight up dies. I don't know how else to describe it. He just dies. And then you shoot it at the other guy, because you're feeling emboldened now. Shoot it at the other guy, and it just on his armor a little bit. He just kind of like goes over and brushes a little bit of the leftover flames off of his shoulder.
It's like a shot from the hip. Just like
yeah.
Cool beans. And since that was a certain type of spell and you guys are both really close, can both of you choose high or low?
Me?
Again. Amaris and Nuri.
Oh, okay.
Low.
Hi.
Okay. So either way, one of you guys is getting this. Low? Who said low?
Nuri did.
Somehow I knew this was going to happen. Okay, so Nuri, you distinctly hear a whisper from Merilla, and it's in Elvish, and it's the words "fire breathes."
Hmm.
Hmm?
Yeah. Are we all just Minecraft villagers now? Just
Yeah. Cool means that's the end of my turn.
Perfect, Greg.
Oh, I'm sorry. She also yells at Douse. Douse, you idiot! That's it.
He just fell down.
It's a delayed reaction to what he did earlier.
Amaris, your turn.
In that now I'm done.
Okay. Let's see. So that one by her is dead. It's not gonna be enough. Wait. Okay. So I can do this in a way that I can. Okay. Here's what Amaris is going to do. With this one over by her now dead, and I am free to move. I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, and then cast Thunder Wave.
Ooh.
Okay.
So with this one, let's
So
see.
you're
Where is
just
it? There it
targeting
is.
Morwen and the stunned guy?
Yes.
Okay.
They both need to make Constitution saving throws.
Okay, and the guy does it at disadvantage. Which he gets a 14.
Oh, that just barely saves.
Oh, darn. And Morwen is going to have 18.
Well, they still take half damage. And if I'm doing this right, Morwen's concentration is broken, so the hand lets go of Dusty.
She has to roll a Constitution saving throw for the concentration of the spell.
Yeah. And the DC will be either 10 or half of the damage taken, depending on which amount is higher.
Yeah. And it would,
Okay.
yeah.
So let's see. Both of them would take half damage. I did that wrong. Ignore that. There we go. So that would be about 7 damage each.
7 damage, so 10 would be what to beat, and she beats the con save. She rolled a 13 plus her modifiers, so. And you said 7 points of damage to each?
Yes.
Alrighty. Okay. It is, and is that your turn, Amaris?
Yes.
Okay, you come out and you cast Thunder Wave. How do you cast it?
She's gonna like run over it in a way.
Mhm.
And then as she gets to the spot that she's in now, she's just gonna kind of like jump a bit, and then as she's she's like slamming her hands on the ground as Thunderwave just.
And with that, some of the dust on the ground just kind of billows up where you cast it. As Morin kind of like steals herself, kind of like a little bit of a knockback with that. And the one guy is just kind of like on the floor on one knee, and he just like gets jolted with the shockwave. And with that, it is Douse's turn. Hello, Douse.
So Douse, realizing that he just got tripped by Nuri, and everyone, he's gonna first just shout out, "Nuri, what the heck?" He's gonna start standing up.
I'm like, Douse, you're in it. Nuri, what the heck?
He's like, Cleo, I'm so sorry, friends again. Guys, we came here to bargain, and we're killing them again.
You obviously forgot Plan AA.
Subsection of Plan A.
Did Dusty get dropped?
No, he's still in the hand.
Okay. Douse will step down. Like, I'm sorry. I know they're killing them. We do want to be peaceful, but I do need to help them out just a little bit. He's gonna take a swing at what's her face?
Morwen.
Yes, to try and break her concentration.
I do have to help them a little bit.
Just a single punch.
Everyone.
You know,
He's gonna do
it so well though.
He's gonna do a stunning punch just to because he's trying to stun them and stop them, but not kill or harm.
Roll the hit. Roll the hit.
That is a 24 to hit or 23.
Okay, I'm gonna let her roll the She rolled a nat 20 on her con save.
Okay,
Dang.
but she has to roll 2 con saves.
Oh yeah, because the stun.
Yeah, so she's not stunned, but does
Okay.
she keep concentration?
Okay.
And the damage she takes is 3.
She takes 3 points of damage. And it's con save. 11, so she just barely succeeds.
No.
She's
Hold on.
holding on to that spell, guys.
Yep. And then he'll turn around and he'll start looking back up to it. All right, anyway. Again, I am so sorry about all of this. But we wanted to talk out. We were having issues, and you are kicking a lot of innocent people out of where they live. And we were hoping we could talk about that.
I can't.
My son.
What?
She goes, after you just touched my circuit.
To be fair, she's choking out my friend.
This
She
fits
just
Douse
is-
so perfectly.
She just kind of puts her
look.
hands up and she's like,
I know.
Hear you, Sala.
I know. Look, I won't attack your people anymore as long as your people are willing to step back. Because we don't mean. I don't know what to do right now. I'm sorry.
Literally.
I want to help these people. These are the people I came with. We're trying to do a job. We're trying to help out. And then
She goes, just sit off to the side. Just sit off yeah.
okay, I wasn't trying to hurt or kill her. I just wanted her to let go of my friend.
She goes,
A nice argument between friends.
I'm doing my best here, okay? I'm new to this.
I'm pinning one of Silverdusk's messages because I love this. Douse punches Cleo's henchman. Again, I'm so sorry. Like, so.
I mean, I'm not friends with your
He's gonna say-
henchmen.
Fine,
I don't.
fine. Owen, do something else. And you're gonna
Okay.
have to wait till their turn.
Wait, what?
You're gonna have to wait till their turn for the something else to happen. But she just says something else.
Okay.
Oh, is that your turn?
Yeah. I went over trying to stun her, and that was it.
Okay, Dusty, it's your
Like,
turn.
it wasn't a full-on punch. It was just kind of like a quick kind of,
Stop joking him.
you know, like a smack in the back of the head, you know? Like, hey, knock it off.
Alright, Dusty, it's your turn.
All right. My internet's not great now, but I make a couple strength saves to try and break free.
Okay, so you can make a strength saving throw, yes.
I fail.
Oh no.
As he wriggles around in the grasp.
You are still stuck.
And I end my turn. That's all.
Oh,
He does seem upset.
all right, Nuri, it is your turn. You can see this argument that they're having, and he's like, "Don't joke out my friends." She's like, "Fine, do something else."
Well, high or low, Emily, I don't know if that should change my plans or not.
Hi.
Okay. So it changes it a little. So I'm still
Okay.
gonna cast Magic Missile. but the targets change a little. Let's see. That's not what I meant to do. No, I'm trying to put it in the chat. There we go. So I get 3 darts. I'm going to send
I will be right back, guys. I gotta take care of something.
1 into Cleo, 1 into Morwen, and 1 into the Jockaware right in front of me.
Okay. Alrighty. So roll the hit for Cleo first. Oh wait, no, they're meant
They
to
just
move
take damage immediately.
So damage for Cleo, damage for Morwen, damage for
Cleo takes 4 points of damage. Morwen takes 3, and the one right in front of me takes 3. And that's all I can do. I'm kind of like holding my arm that's bleeding profusely. And I'm just like,
oh, I'm sorry.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay. With that, high or low, Merilla?
Hi.
Hey. Okay. Let me see this. Oh no, guys. The stream just ended.
It's been like pausing and going throughout the entire time, so that's probably why.
My
It just
internet's
forced
so
quit.
bad, guys.
It's okay. As long as like gets recorded.
I think
They
the
can go.
recording though records the pauses.
It does? Oh, okay, it's not
Because it's
recording
what's
the thing on the computer.
streamed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, the recording is recording what's happening right now.
Oh, well then the pauses probably won't be as bad
Hey,
on YouTube.
YouTube crowd. How's it going?
You guys get the good version.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Only
There
the
we
best for a
go.
YouTube audience.
We're back. Hi guys. Sorry the stream just ended right there. My internet is absolutely terrible. But we're back online, back in time for the bad guy's turn here. So we're making it. We're making it, guys. Alrighty. Okay. It's working for you guys?
The stream or
The stream,
Zoom?
yeah.
It's loading for me. It's pretty
It
laggy.
stopped and then it came back for me.
Okay. Ah!
Yeah, it's working and now pausing and working. Yeah, well, just keep going. This recording, we're good.
Okay. With that, she is going to so you said hi, Merilla? Okay. It was
I
hi.
did say hi.
So you receive a message in your mind.
Yes. Because I was having a really hard time deciding which one to message my next turn. But anyway.
Very soft, very faint. You just hear, can you defeat her? I need to know.
This is perfect. This is Morwen, right?
Yes, you hear the voice of Morwen as she just goes, can you defeat her? I need to know.
And Merilla, with her enlarged eyes, because her goggles are still on, like peeks around Amaris, and she says in the deadest monotone that mental telepathy can possibly muster.
Yes, world eye.
time.
And she just says, "That's all I need to know." And then she turns around and and you just hear a faint, "Sorry about your friend." And then she casts Fireball on Cleo.
Let's go!
Heyo.
It's also hitting down. Merilla,
Does she
it was,
also just drop the concentration on the other spell, or is she keeping that up?
yes, she drops concentration on Dusty's
Yeah, because with
spell.
concentration, you can't have that and something else going on.
Yeah.
No, you can't have two concentration spells going on, but
Yeah.
you can still do
Let's
concentrate
go.
and
I'm
cast.
free. I'm just happy about
Okay.
being free, you guys.
You're just like, I'm
Real-
not being frustrated.
We're not arguing about you being free.
The earth just
Real quick.
crumbles. Yes.
I find it funny that she's doing this. She's like, "Sorry about your friend," casts Fireball in a place where Douse is getting caught in it, and Douse isn't even here.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
Oh.
Come on. Stop.
And
We
you'll
need to be-
probably have to roll for him since you have access to his sheet.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Fireball. Let's
Wait,
look at
wait,
this.
wait, 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 wait. Maybe when he comes back, you just you just say, "Hey, I need you to roll for this." No context whatsoever.
I need
Do
you to
it.
make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, he's back!
Um,
Perfect.
Oh, great! You came just in time, Douse. So it's the bad guy's turn right now. And what happened is Morwyn messaged Merilla. And she asked, "Can you defeat Cleo?" And Merilla just deadpan, "Yes." So Morwyn turns around and is casting Fireball at you and Cleo. Woo!
That was probably like, I deserve to expect you. Oh, that's hard. That's hot.
Sorry. Alrighty. So she's actually gonna back up because Fireball. And it's going to be a sphere, a 20-foot radius sphere. Okay, so let's make this a 20-foot radius sphere.
Well, Douse has full HP technically and 10 temporary
Plus.
hit points.
I'm sure I could take it. Even
Yeah.
though I just rolled a 10
Fine,
and
he's
dex save, you're gonna have me
fine.
roll in a sec.
On a dexterity saving throw? You're
I rolled
okay.
I rolled a 5. My dex is +5, so
Okay, I'm sorry, but this
Yikes.
makes me think of apart from Infinity War. It's like, I can take it. No, you can't.
Okay, so she is catching quite a bit in there. So Douse, I'm so sorry. You being a water person and all, water genasi. So you must make a dexterity saving throw. Make one for
you want to do the one that I did before you had asked, or should I roll again?
Roll again.
Computer, don't fail me now.
Pretty good.
16.
16. Okay. So all but Cleo succeed.
This is beautiful. I
Cleo
love
was not
D&D.
expecting. I know, right? Cleo was not expecting that, and she's just chilling on her chair. So that is going to be. I'm gonna remove all the dice. Actually, no, I'll roll it in person. It's more fun that way. That's gonna be 9 since it's a higher thing. Okay. That is going to be 9d6. Oh, I need another one.
You cast that at a high level. Freak.
Yep.
Souls. I just no, I'm kidding. Sorry.
I mean,
Had to throw that in there.
even at max damage, I would have survived that. Barely, but I would have.
You have a lot of health.
Well,
Yeah,
currently,
he
I have
hasn't
68
even
health.
been hit at all.
So squishy. I have literally like a third of your health when I'm full.
So it's 40, so half of that, since you guys succeeded, is going to be 20 points of damage. Of fire damage. And she's taking a full 40, which is chunking out half her health. A little less.
Half? No, metagaming, don't touch that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was not. Forget that. Forget that. Players.
It's like the Dumbledore Harry Potter thing of just taking
Forget what?
and
Oh,
dip
I
it somewhere
shouldn't have
else.
said that.
Never to be found again.
I shouldn't have
I
said
shouldn't have said that. Stop me talking.
basically. So that was a crit 10 of damage. That off of her.
And I
You
took a
took-
net total of 10 damage off of
How-
my max HP. Because I had 10 temporary hit points.
Oh, dang. So you're just like, fire. Nah.
You're just like patting it out.
Water
His
beats fire.
own water just like
Well,
Sorry.
with that, your bracelet is now warming up a little.
Wait. Since it was technically someone who was fighting beside Cleo, would the charm be off him?
Yes, it would be.
hey, coming in clutch.
Hey, Morwen!
Morwen
Because she
coming.
was up until that moment.
Yep, she was, and then she turned tail.
However, I did attack her.
You can still attack their companions. It's if their companions attack you.
That seems very overpowered, but all right.
I mean, technically, like, you wouldn't want to attack their companions because they're like friends to you,
Yeah.
but
Well, thank you for letting me abuse that wording
Yeah.
and not understanding.
it's fine.
Well, you're also like it fits Douse so well though because he already fights so much with his actual friends. He
Yeah,
gets in arguments about these
It was
kind of things.
Yeah, he
it was
fights
a
the party all the
Douse
time.
thing. So we're good. We're good. But now you are uncharmed. You could play that how you will. But also she was the first person to go on the bad guy turn, so now it is the rest of them. This guy is gonna come over and he's gonna smack Merilla. He's not about this old lady here.
Pooh, I had plans. It's okay. Whatever.
And that is going to be a 22 to hit.
Yeah. I'm never gonna use my shoes.
And
okay.
it's only 3 points of damage.
All right, I will be right back.
Okay. And then the next one to hit is
Beans.
11 to hit.
Oh, that just meets it.
Okay. So that's going to
Shield.
be
So yeah,
5
shield
points.
spell on that one, and it'll be a
Shield
+5. So now my AC is 15 until my next turn.
Okay. So you take the 3 points, but then the other one will then just bounce right off you.
Beans.
This guy up here is not happy that this just happened. So he is going to pounce on her, on Morwen. 15 feet straight towards the creature, then hits it with a claw attack on the same turn. The target must succeed a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. Okay, and if it's prone, they can make a bite attack as a bonus action. Okay. All right, so he's gonna move right there,
I am
pouncing.
back.
Hello. With a claw attack on Morwin.
Does
Let's see if
Amaris
that
get an
hits.
opportunity attack?
Do I get an opportunity attack?
You would get an opportunity attack if you wanted to take it.
Yeah,
Okay, roll the hit.
that is 19.
19. 19 hits. Roll for damage.
Ooh, that is 8 damage.
Ooh.
This punch was intended to.
10
Now that he's
points, you
not
said?
charmed. Yep. 8 points. 8 points.
8 points. He's like, yes, I can punch you now. All right, but he still goes. And he pounces on her, hits with a claw attack. So it's going to do 5 points of damage on her, and then he gets a bonus action of a bite. She's now knocked prone. And he gets to roll for a bite with advantage. She's prone, and he hits. Ooh. Gonna be 7 points. 7 points of damage. And she needs to roll a Constitution saving throw. Come on, stop getting in the corkscrew. Okay, she succeeds. She does not contract lycanthropy.
Oh shoot!
so
He bit
fun.
her.
And she just cries out in pain as he bites her on the arm. And gets back up.
Did she like fall down dead? She's sideways.
No, she's prone.
She's prone.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't have the X.
Yep, she's good. She's Gucci. Alrighty, with that, that was his turn. That guy went. So now Cleo. Cleo is really not happy. As she is going to do something pretty crazy. Let me pull it up. Pull up the spell, because spells are a thing. Okay. Alrighty. So what she's going to do is she is going to rise from her chair. She's not happy. And just move just a little bit over towards the mirror. And she just knocks the mirror over. So it kind of collapses onto the back. And so the mirror side is facing up.
Didn't it shatter?
It has a crack.
It cracked.
Oh.
And so with that, the crack gets a little bit bigger. And she is just going to look at you all, and she's like in like flames and stuff. Or not in flames, sorry. She's very scorched. Her robes are very scorched. But the sandy like cape on her is untouched, unruffled. And she is going to, she kind of like wraps her hands around in this like symbol, and she kind of like pulls it up. And pulls it up, and Douse, you feel heat rising. As you see, Douse?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying something.
Nope.
Get my
No, you cut out for a second. So what's rising?
He feels heat.
Heat. Okay.
It's
Yes.
getting hotter.
It just got like it's so hot on here. No.
I'm sorry, my lady, but I'm taking. Whew.
I'm trying to see if I have a monster for this, or if I just have to use a different one. Okay, we're just gonna use this one. So
No!
the mirror.
Don't use my son. I'm just
You
kidding.
can see
It's
that?
from a different campaign. Yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I thought you couldn't.
It's
see
okay.
it.
Just keep going.
Okay.
Spoiler.
So the mirror knocks to like right here. It's the only demon looking one I got. And so he's going
Not
to
my
appear
son.
above. Two friends. He's going to appear above it. This demonic looking fiend just comes crawling out of the mirror. And it just smells like sulfur. You hear these deep guttural growls coming from the creature, and heat fills the room as this giant demon crawls out. And the Lamia just says, "Get out!" to like all of you.
Well, poo to that.
And it's going to just like take a step forward and growl and just like roar out this like loud roar that just shakes you guys. Like it's scary. This is a scary looking demon. And it is very hot in this room. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, and that is her turn.
Is it my turn now?
Yep.
Perfect. So Merilla is going to do what I had planned to do in the very, very beginning. And I thought the mirror had shattered, so I didn't do it. Gosh dang it. Okay, I have to make sure I can actually do this. Okay, she is going to twin spell again. And she is going to Ray of Frost the mirror.
Okay. Roll the hit.
It was actually originally going to be Firebolt, but then I was thinking a little bit more. The mirror is prone.
Yeah, get advantage. Roll advantage. It's only going to be like a 5 to hit. So.
Well,
okay, so
ranged
both of them
attacks
hit
on
anyway.
a prone person has disadvantage, so it's actually the opposite.
Oh well, then.
Oh, it's the mirror, not on the fiend.
Yeah, we'll just say roll straight up. It's
okay,
like
so then it's an
5 to
18
hit.
and a 14.
Okay, yeah, you hit it. It's really not gonna be.
Okay, and she's twinning the spell, so it's gonna be. Oh, poo. 3 plus 9. Okay.
You're trying to shatter the mirror.
She wants to bust the mirror. She wants it destroyed.
Okay. All right, you shoot the ice on there, and it just like frosts over the entire mirror, and it cracks a little bit more, but that's it.
Okay.
How cracked?
It is
Never
very
mind.
cracked. Not
Okay.
completely shattered. It's like cracks from the top and then a crack from the bottom coming in from the sides. Like it's very cracked, but not in pieces.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's
Is that your
encased
turn,
in frost
Merilla?
right now. For now.
Yeah. All right, Amaris, your turn. You see this demon coming at you. Well, not coming directly at you, but at your people. It's very spooky, very scary.
Okay. So Amaris sees all this happen. Like Cleo gets up, knocks the mirror over, this demon comes out. She doesn't attack or anything. She just says, "Oh, little baby kitty's having a temper tantrum." And she's gonna cast a vicious mockery.
Yes! Let's go, Bard!
Yes.
Oh, she
I've been
is.
wanting to do that so bad,
She's
but I haven't been brave
PO'd.
enough to use a full action on it.
Okay, roll. It's a.
She has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Sorry for you people on YouTube who have to see this again. Okay, there we go. She has to roll a wisdom saving throw for vicious mockery.
Yes.
Okay. That was a nat 1.
Ooh. She didn't
Jeez.
like it.
Emotional
Emotional
damage.
Yes, emotional damage. Yeah, she's not happy right now.
So she takes double damage. So do I roll 2d4 then? Or just 1d4 and then double it?
I would just double the dice.
Cool. That is 6 points of damage.
All right.
Emotional!
All emotional damage. As she is just not having it. And is that your turn, Amaris?
Yes, I definitely want to make that into an animatic now.
Let's do it!
Pull the clip off of YouTube because the stream cut.
Yeah.
All right, Douse, it is your turn.
Okay, I am looking and looking and so Douse, realizing he has been charmed and feeling a little toasty, he's gonna kind of just pat himself down, get off the flames like, no, Cleo, what you just did, I don't really like being charmed. And he's going to just start wailing on her. So he will do his flurry. Wait, can I do? Yes. Flurry of blows plus his normal attack. So I think that's 3 attacks total.
Okay, dang. All right. Roll the hit.
That is a 2, or that is, sorry, 7 for one, and then a 23 for another.
7
then-
to hit.
Yes.
Okay, that
23 to hit.
misses. Okay, 23
First
does hit.
misses, 7 hits. Third one also hits. That's another 23.
Okay, so damage.
Yes, that will be 2d6 plus 4 because I'm adding the 2 together. The 2 hits.
Okay.
5, so 9 damage.
9. Okay, 9.
9.
She is hurting. She is not doing good.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, you just punch the crud out of her, and she's just like not having it. She needs to roll real quick, and she
just
succeeds.
at the end, leans forward, is like, we could have done this piece,
One for each punch.
and just kind of ends it there.
Which we could not have done.
We could have. They threw the first punch.
If you wanted to. Alrighty. She is not having it. Dusty, it is your turn, and you are finally free!
Made it. All right. So Dusty is free. As he's dropped from his stony prison, there's like the clinking and clunking of his metallic the metallic sounds of his joints like re-popping. To you it might sound like his just like bones popping back into place as he just kind of like drops down and rolls his shoulders for a sec. And he's going to draw a sigil in the air and cast conjure animals.
Oh, okay.
And he's going to say here, hold on. So he says in Druidic, Serpiente forcejead, and he's going to draw a symbol in the air and a bunch of snakes appear.
How many?
Let me just double check. Just double checking the numbers. That is 10. 10?
10?
Question mark?
Heck yeah.
10?
10 or
Yes.
8?
10. 10 constrictor snakes appear.
Holy
Let me
crud.
just double check. Let me just double check. I've got that number. Yeah. Oh, sorry. 8, not 10. Douse is right. 8 snakes appear.
Yeah,
They
just
How
are-
much health do they have?
Appreciate that. Each of them has 13 hit points.
13. Okay, perfect. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna Control C. Four, 5.
And he's
Oh,
going
no.
to choose for where the spaces actually are. He's going to conjure them up close by the up next to Cleo and up next to the demon. I'm just gonna double check that's within range. Oh, I can do that. Oh my goodness,
Okay,
that's cool.
Greg, you can control all those snakes.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, and they are both within range. Okay. Hold on, let me scooch up a little bit. Okay. So, what's going to happen is after summoning the snakes, he's going to gesture towards so he's going to summon. Oh, that is actually very satisfying. That is so many snakes. Okay. So he's going to have 4 of the snakes appear next to Cleo and 4 of the snakes appear next to the demon. And the snakes are going to begin piling on top of both of them and using their constrict attack. So
Okay.
they each are going to attack, and if they hit, the target is grappled.
Okay.
Can that work on creatures that are large?
Yes. It does not
Question
have
is, how big are
it does
the
not have a
If the
distinction
snakes-
on them.
It can work if the snakes link heads with tails and then just continue, and then it's just like one big snake made out of multiple
The rope.
snakes, and then they just wrap.
Snake rope. Snake rope.
Nope, rope.
Yeah.
Yeah,
rope.
it doesn't
Danger
say
noodles.
the size.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily it doesn't say the size on the sheet.
Huh.
But
But
I'll leave that up to the
technically-
DM.
Well, the constrictor snakes are actually large beasts, so they could
Oh, yeah,
go up
they-
against a large.
Yeah, no, they actually
creature.
are large.
Oh.
They actually
So,
are large in size.
I
Wait,
guess that
but
works.
well, that's the question though. They shouldn't be large if their challenge rating of a quarter or lower.
It's a large beast, unaligned, and it's 1/4 challenge rating. Armor class 12, hit points 13. They're big, but they are easy to kill.
Yeah.
And they
Although-
only have one attack.
And
Although-
what's the AC of that snake?
It is
AC
12. It is a it would be easy to kill one of these things on your own. But if you're being mauled by like 4 of them, for example,
It's a little harder.
It's a little harder.
Sorry,
Okay.
I said AC. I was thinking CR.
So yeah, they are going to begin attacking. So I'm gonna start rolling. It might be easier for me to do it in person, but I'll do it for the dice. So it is +4 to hit on all these. So these 4 are against Cleo. I'm just gonna roll 4 d12s, and then you just add 4 to each of them, because this is easiest. A 17 +4, and then a 14. 2 of them rolled 9 + 4. So 13, 13, 14, and a 21.
Okay, they all hit on Cleo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so she's grappled by all of them. Now I'm going to roll on the demon just for simplicity's sake, and then roll the damage after.
Can you be grappled by multiple creatures?
No.
So one
Okay.
would grapple and the other ones would do a bite attack.
Just start biting them. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
Can
That
I
would
say,
make the most sense.
Douse, seeing this happen, he kind of just recoils back, seeing the snake like, yee.
Yep. Yeah, so one grapples, and then the rest of them are gonna bite him. It's the same 2 hit. So same thing's gonna happen to the other guy. So I'm
Okay.
gonna roll those. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them actually rolls a natural 1. Very cool.
Okay.
So 12.
Technically, they all have
13,
advantage as well because
and a
they're
19.
flanking, but ridiculous.
So roll the
go ahead and
damage
roll
on
all
Cleo
those
real
again?
quick. Roll the
Okay.
damage on Cleo.
So it is going to be, the first one constricts it, and so it does a d8 + 2. So I'm gonna roll a d8 and then just add 2 to that. So that's 5, 6, 7. 7, and then the rest of them roll d6s. So I'll just roll 3d6 and then add 6. So 7 + 16. So that's
So 16 points on the next one.
yeah, 7 damage and then
Okay.
16 damage. And
Okay.
they're all gonna just pile on top of her, start biting her and mauling her.
And she looks
Douse is
very
firm at this.
she looks very hurt, and one of them is just wrapped around her torso and like blocking her arms.
Good.
Roll concentration. Okay.
Yep.
Douse is very put off by this. It's just like, seeing them start biting constantly.
And with that, who all is looking at the demon right now?
I
Not at this moment.
I see him. I have a past perception of 17, and he's in the room. So
Okay. Dusty, you notice that the snakes just go straight through.
no, that's cool.
Oh, he's an illusion.
All right.
Or an
Well,
apparition.
that is what I have commanded my snakes to do. Dusty's still holding his hands up, making symbols and stuff in the air
Alrighty.
as he does this. And that's the end of my turn.
All right, Nuri, it is your turn. And Cleo, Cleo is actually going to use her reaction before your turn.
Oh.
And just to talk. And she's going to be like, all right, you win. Just let me go. Let me lead in peace.
Can I insight that as I'm like right next to her?
Sure, you can insight that.
Oof.
And you can as well, Sierra, if you want to.
Yeah, I'll do an insight
Okay,
check.
that's a 10.
10? She seems to be telling the truth.
24.
24. She looks tired. She looks very hurt and very desperate to save her own life. To you, Sierra. Just with the 24, like you see all of that. And she very much so looks like she is wanting to live.
Hello, Emily.
Hi.
With a passive perception of 20, would I have noticed the snakes go through the big guy?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you probably would have.
So Nuri's gonna think he's not real. Whether he is or not, doesn't matter. She's just gonna think he's not real. So she's gonna just she's bleeding profusely. Her shoulders kind of slumped down. And she's just gonna kind of smile and lift up her quill. And it's gonna glow with black purple energy. She's gonna just look dead in the eyes at Chloe.
Cleo.
And Cleo, whatever her name is. Be like, peace was never an option after you dropped me in a hole. And she's gonna cast Toll the Dead. It's a Constitution saving throw, and because she is hurt, it'll do 2d12 if she fails.
She fails.
Yeah.
She rolled a
Okay,
2.
2d12.
Ayo.
2d12,
The curse.
okay.
The curse. The curse.
I know, it is the curse.
Let's go.
Oh, it's not very good. That's sad. Okay. It's 7 points of damage, necrotic damage.
7? That brings her exactly to unconsciousness.
No!
The image of the demon fades. Like, just snuffs out.
Aha.
And she just, like, slumps unconsciously.
This is perfect.
This is perfect, you guys.
Let me mark that she's unconscious. Okay. It is now the bad guy's turn. She's unconscious on the floor. Douse, you can see that she just slumps down unconscious. This guy is gonna turn over to Amaris. And he's gonna bite her.
Lycanthropy. Werewolf. Let's
with
go.
A 19 to hit.
A jackal is not
Go.
even a werewolf.
Hey, here's a question for you.
Yes.
Can Amaris see kind of last minute that he's going to bite her? Like he's basically right next to her, so
Well, he gets up to. He just like kind of comes over and is like biting you. It's like a normal round of combat.
but he's touching me in order to bite me.
Well, I mean, he was going to be touching you in some form or another of either slashing you with a sword or a claw or a bite.
So if this
Cool.
is a reaction,
I'll take the damage. But it takes one action. I'm like not right after, like Merilla's in between us. You know what? I think I can wait my turn.
Okay. Alrighty. He was biting you. For 7 points of damage.
Cool.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
With mild repercussions.
That is a 5.
Hey, I hope you wanted to play a lycanthrope. I hope that was a goal of yours.
You infected.
I'm infected.
But she doesn't realize it. You do not realize it. You get bitten like a normal bite. And
It is
that's that.
particularly painful.
It is very painful. And he is
But
going to
every
do.
bite is painful.
It is, yeah. Multi-attack of a claw attack with a natural 20 to hit.
Fetch.
Double the dice. Oh no! That's
That's
max
unfortunate.
damage.
That's unfortunate.
That's gonna be 8, 16, 17, 19 points of damage as he slashes down on your arm, just mangling this.
Well, fetch. I'm dead.
You're dead. Fetch?
Dead or down?
No, down.
I had 14.
Okay.
Down you go.
So you're bleeding out.
You're bleeding
Yes.
out. Okay, we're gonna mark you.
Are you sure you could have waited for your turn?
No. Well, it wasn't a reaction. I was gonna cast a Bestow Curse on him when he bit me.
Oh, but he bestowed a curse on you, so I mean,
Yeah, you have lycanthropy.
he stole your idea, actually.
All right.
Uh,
Oh my goodness, guys. Sorry, I'm just coughing so much. Okay. With that, this other guy is not really paying attention behind him. So he is going to strike at Merilla again. Really, he's not happy right now. Wait, actually, wait. You're the one that had the magic come out of your quill here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's gonna bite you with a 9 to hit.
9 misses.
Hey, his
No.
bite misses. He tries to bite at you,
Whack
and
him
you
with
just
my
kind of
book.
like, yeah, you whack him with your book, and he goes, and then
Get out of
he
here.
goes for a claw. 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Okay. With his claw, that is minimum damage. That is going to be 4 points of damage.
4 points. Okay. Woo-hoo. I'm still alive.
Okay, and that is their turn. It is now Marilla's turn.
Doesn't Momwin get a turn? Or is she
Morwen?
unconscious?
Isn't she
Morwen.
like uncut?
Oh yeah,
she's prone.
Morwen. She's prone, so she can stand up. I'm so sorry. Thank you for that. And Teal, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay,
you're
I'll explain it more while you do Morwen's thing.
Okay. All right, Morwen is going to stand up and pull up her card. She's not happy about this. She is going to cast another spell. Okay. I'm gonna let Amaris pick this. Do you want a funny or do you want a good?
Will the funny still do something?
Oh yeah, the
Like
funny
something
will.
that causes damage.
Well, the funny will be a funny.
Let's go with funny.
Okay. We pull up the spell. She okay. She's going to cast a spell. and point at the one that just bit you. And he's going to need to make a saving throw. Wisdom saving throw. And fails just barely. By literally
Let's
1 point.
go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. And I have one. And this jackalware turns into a chicken. We're gonna put him on the spot.
Oh, that's good. I appreciate that you have a chicken token.
Thank
For an occasion
you.
like this, you never know when you need a chicken token.
Exactly. And he just turns into a little chicken, and you just hear this.
No,
Oh,
not getting it.
it peaked. I
getting
missed
it.
all of the chicken noises.
Can you hear that?
I heard one burp. That's all I heard.
Sad day, guys. I'm really good at making chicken noises. It's like the one thing I'm really good at. It's like
Sad noises and chicken. Sad chicken noises. I'm hearing those. Many
I don't know. That
chicken
was
noises.
actually.
Anyway.
Bok,
And now we're just making chicken noises, guys.
bok, bok.
We
Welcome
just
to
do
Rosemary
that.
Studio.
Like,
This
we
is
just stop
our
and make noises. It's
chicken
pretty great.
ASMR.
And the
Chicken
transformation will last for 1 hour or until the target drops to 0 hit points or dies. So don't hit it. She says that. She goes, don't hit it.
Well, dang it. I was going to ask Douse if he could cook it.
I was about to go punt it.
Yeah, it'll turn back into the jackalware if you guys hit it. And she just says, don't hit it. So that's that jackalware.
Put
He's
it on a
now-
leash.
He's now a chicken.
So it's Merilla's turn now.
Yes, it is Merilla's.
I have 2 plans, but it depends on what the answer is potentially to my question.
Okay.
So for everybody else, Morwen just got up and she polymorphed the thing, and the Cleo is unconscious. The mirror is super cracked and covered in frost, and we have 2 jackalwares remaining.
Yep.
And the bear totem, panda totem, is still alive.
Pandemonium. Yes.
Oh, and Amaris is bleeding out.
Yes. Thoroughly.
Hmm. I like it. Okay.
Okay. There we go.
So Merilla, sorry, what was that?
Oh, I said okay.
And so Merilla is going to. So it's the start of my turn, and now the shield is gone. Just so you know. And she is going to step over the fried jackalware, and she's gonna book it over to Amaris. And
So does he get
she's
an
going,
opportunity
she's-
attack?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. He misses. Because I'm assuming a 7 does not hit.
Nope, actually.
Okay.
And as she's going to do her last twinning spell
Okay.
of Ray of Frost on the mirror, because she still wants to bust that thing.
Okay.
I was for some reason you're gonna be like, putting spell, cure wounds. I was like,
That's what I was expecting too.
That's gonna be amazing.
I'm what?
Now you're
Amaris
gonna
is
twin spell
down.
Cure Wounds.
Oh, I could do that, but it's too late.
She's casting
We want this
spell.
mirror gone. We can heal later, and Dusty's here. So
All right,
anyway.
roll to hit. It's like a 5, so
cool.
just straight up. All right, damage.
Da-da-da-da. 7 and
Okay.
12.
With that, the mirror just shatters into a crud ton of pieces. A ton of
Okay.
pieces.
Cool. Nuri, will you please? Is it high or low?
Me?
No. Wait, what?
Nuri.
Okay.
Low.
Low? Okay, so my volume got really quiet for some reason. Okie dokie. If it's low, something happens. Oh, nope. Okay.
You can still make it happen.
Well, as she's booking, you miss it. She's not like right next to you anymore when it happens. So
darn it.
Alrighty.
I want to know.
Amaris, make a death saving throw for me and whisper it to me. Whisper your death saving throw to me.
Okay.
You know,
So it's slash roll DM, right?
/W then GM or Emily.
Yeah,
That's a
/WGM.
forward slash, not a backward slash.
Oh, yeah.
And then you
because I
do
made
roll.
this mistake.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
I think it's just
And then do I do-
/GMR. Try
It's
just
/W because it's the command prompt and then the type of prompt and then to the prompt.
You have to put in the W for the whisper.
So WGMR.
It won't let me do it without the
let me try something.
Let's see
I
here.
think it's just /GMR. Let me try something.
There we go. So it's not the K or the arrow thing, but it's the slash without a space W and then space GM. I don't know why it has to have the space.
GM. And then the R.
The /W right next to each other and then space.
Yep.
Then GM.
Got that.
Oh, okay.
But then would I do another /R?
No, you can just type in your message to Emily.
Well, she's trying to do a secret roll to her.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna test a bunch of stuff.
I figured
Douse
it
did
out.
it. Douse figured it
Yes.
out.
So on the left, you have a little dice thing on your bar. You hit that, there's GM roll. You just slide that slider, and you can hit whatever dice you want.
Yeah, you can just click it.
Oh.
Wow.
Who needs
GM.
text and chat?
Okay.
Wow, guys.
Now make
Now
sure you
everyone
slide the
is
GM
rolling
roll.
to me.
That's incredible.
Yeah, make sure you hit the GM roll slider.
It's okay, we'll keep it. We're keeping it, doesn't matter.
We're
Megan,
keeping it.
Did everyone see that one?
Yes,
Yeah.
but also we will see the result
Oh.
of the roll as well, so it's okay.
Well, that's why you have, like I said, there's the
You have to
dice
click
at the very
the
top. It
GM.
says GM roll.
Oh, I have
Make
to
sure
click
that is-
GM.
And then you click
Okay.
the dice you're rolling.
That makes more sense.
Mm,
And
yeah.
then you
Yeah,
hit
it's not a
fudge.
click and drag thing.
But she's gonna keep that roll, right?
Yeah.
For our viewers at home, that was a natural 20, in case you were curious.
Which means 2 successes.
2 successes or instant up?
Uh, 2 successes, I think. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
2
two-
successes, and then
it's
if
2
you get it on your third one, then it's an instant one.
Oh,
hit.
All right.
I always thought it was
Thanks.
just got 1 hit point from that.
Okay.
If you're
Alrighty.
an undead type of character, a hollow one, then it is.
Okay.
Cool.
Alrighty, Amaris, that was your turn. It's now Douse's turn.
Douse will start running over. He'll try to make eye contact with Dusty and ask, Dusty, like, are you good over there?
Yep, I've got it.
Okay. He will run up to Amaris and try to stabilize her. Could I just do a medicine check to see if there's anything I can do? Maybe wrap up her arm or wrap it up with a...
Yeah, roll medicine.
I guess you could say he's going to take some, do I have any cloth in my bag?
If you have a medicine kit, you can roll with advantage, but...
Okay, I don't have a medicine kit, but he'll try to use some water to clean the wound or something, trying to like address it.
Okay.
That is 18.
Okay, you can stabilize her. So she is no longer bleeding out, but she is unconscious. Alrighty, and this chicken is just like looking at your leg, Douse. It's going,
Douse the entire time is going to be thinking, not again, don't do this, not again.
exactly. Alrighty, Douse, is that your turn? So it's your
Yep.
action. Okay. Dusty, your turn.
All right, so Dusty's going to walk up to this person by Nuri.
Go
Nuri
right
is
behind him. Get advantage.
Yeah, Nuri is pretty visibly bleeding. And he's not happy about that. I was gonna do something else, but then I realized you're very visibly bleeding. So he's going to cast Shillelagh as a bonus action to empower his quarterstaff. And then he's going to pull that out and he's going to smack him. Smack him.
Smack him. Alright, roll.
Okay.
Roll the hit.
And I have the flanking advantage. That is a 25 to hit.
25 hits, roll for damage.
Okay, so that should be 1d8 plus 4, so 11. Wow, almost max. Very good. 11 points of damage.
Okay, awesome.
If is he dead?
Nope.
Okay.
He
then in that
looks
case,
actually pretty good.
In that case, Dusty calls out and he's going to say to his serpents, approach and kill him if he continues to attack us. And they
Oh
are
my
going
gosh.
to dash to get over to us and completely surround him.
But that is their turn.
Yes, they are large creatures, so there's only like 2 of them able to be right next to him.
Okay.
Because of the maneuvering that we're at, but they just start coming in from all sides, and now there are snakes everywhere.
Can I just
There
say
are
how
snakes.
terrifying that will be?
Question, is the one Jackaware like just outside the torchlight on the right side? Is he there, or is he like a forgotten thing?
He's
No,
the chicken.
Yeah.
No, he's on the
just
right.
side.
He's like above the other
yeah.
doorway, like way to the right.
Yeah,
that's
he's the chicken
the chicken's in
token.
place of it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I should mark him as a chicken. I'll just put a little feather token on him. He's in
Hee.
heaven. He's a chicken.
Hee
He's in
hee.
heaven.
Okay. So. Okay. So then it's Nuri's turn.
Well, that kind of changes my plans. So
Also,
Look,
hopefully,
people have
Nori's
been
not afraid
doing
of
it.
snakes. Sorry, I just had to say that.
She actually does not look frightened by the snakes, actually. Okay, she's going to... She's just gonna like slump against the wall, holding her arm that's just like gushing blood. She's like barely standing. And she's, is Amaris okay?
You should be fine.
And she's gonna hold her action to cast Toll the Dead on the guy in front of her if he moves in any suspicious manner. She will cast Toll the Dead immediately.
Okay. It is now his turn. And high or low, Dusty?
Hi.
Okay. He kind of looks around and he drops his weapon and puts his hands above his head.
Dusty nods.
And he kneels on the ground very slowly. And we'll say initiative is over for now.
Woo!
Initiative is over for right now. Okay.
Good.
So Merilla is going to cast Cure Wounds on Amaris at second lives at 3rd level.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought when you said your last twin spell that was your last spell slot. So I am so happy you have more.
I've hardly used any spell slots.
Yeah.
I
I'm
was
also
so drained.
I am also going to use Cure Wounds. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level as well.
Okay.
So on
The chicken
Nuri,
comes
though.
up to you, Merilla, and starts going. And it's like pecking at you.
Merilla ignores it. She's used to chickens.
She hates
Okay.
chickens. Oh, good.
Alrighty.
Like she's used
The
to
lore.
chickens.
Oh, okay. The lore still. There's so much lore in that statement.
Okay. With that, Morwen starts walking towards the door.
As she goes to the door, Dusty will call out to her and say, "Hey, what's your deal?"
This is my deal.
Yeah. What's going on?
My companions are being held captive by her people.
Well, let's go find them then.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm just going.
All right.
Wait up for us so you're not alone.
I appreciate you all coming.
Look at you. You're all cut up. You're also pretty decent sorceress. But let's take a moment to gather ourselves. Again, you have fantastic determination. But
Douse
wisdom is
is
more prudent.
Douse is gonna walk up to her and be like, I'm sorry for punching you. You don't seem like a bad person, but you were crushing my friend. But I am sorry for hitting you.
She holds up her hand to kind of cut you off a bit, and she's like, "Don't mention it. It does not bother me. You're just doing your diligence. Be friends."
I think some of us should. I was gonna say, I think some of us should stay here because I think Chloe's still technically alive. Cleo is still alive. But if you're gonna go see your friends, you could take some of us with you, or some. We should figure that out.
Amaris is gonna wake up as you're saying Cleo is still alive. So like she hears that as she's waking up, she looks around and sees Cleo unconscious. Then Amaris just kind of like sits up and it's just like, "Don't worry, I got it." And she's gonna start heading over to Cleo.
No. Wait.
What?
And she's gonna kind of like hop and skip on her shorter legs around, hobble skip around Amaris.
No. Wait a little bit. She has information. Important information.
And without asking anything else, Merilla's gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay. You may detect thoughts.
Let me mark it on my sheet real quick. like more when she has information. There we go. That's what she actually says. Okay, and yeah, surface level thoughts of the unconscious Cleo.
I thought you were gonna do Amaris, so she was gonna kill.
You just the unconscious level thoughts, she's kind of like, well, she is unconscious. So like a lot of it is kind of like jarbled and there's not really much there that you can make out. But you can gather that she is like upset that she doesn't want her treasures to be taken.
Oh.
Yeah, that's about it.
Oh. Okay. Oh no, my kingdom is falling. I'm so worried about all of those large and little treasures that I have. My gold. Oh no.
That's what she's worried
Okay.
about in her mind. You also still notice the very shimmery, sorry. You also still notice the very shimmery cloak on her, or cape, sorry, that looks like it's just like flowing sand. Looks very magical.
Well,
Marilla's
funny
gonna
that you
take
should
that.
mention that. No, Amaris is gonna take that.
I promise this is lore specific.
You
Fight.
both
Roll,
reach for
roll,
it at
roll,
the exact
roll,
same
roll.
Okay.
time.
Roll
I'm
for
gonna roll
it.
a flat D20.
Flat D20.
Yeah, flat D20. Whoever gets the higher number gets it. Does that sound good?
Not a dex.
Sure.
Oh.
All right. Are you ready?
I rolled an 11, but it was accidentally a GM roll.
Oops.
Oh, I thought Amaris just rolled an 11 also.
No.
Oh! And Amaris
Hold on,
rolls
one
a
second, we
natural one,
Let's
ladies and
go.
gentlemen.
Also, I keep forgetting to ask, do we notice the darkness still behind her throne?
It was just a dark, shadowy area, so that was it. It's not like there was like magical darkness. Also, Amaris rolled a 1 for you guys on Twitch who the stream went out for a sec. So Merilla snags it.
Yeah, and she instantly puts it on.
Okay.
It's too long for her, but she puts it on.
Hey, you can feel it's magical. This is the
I feel magical? I am magical.
This is the Sandstorm Dancer. Okay, you're gonna need to write this down. Just
Okay.
Sandstorm Dancer. Just look it up later. It's from Griffin Saddleback. But I'll just read to you what it does. This golden cloak billows illusory sand around you when you walk or cast a spell. The cloak has 8 charges and regains 1d6 plus 2 expended charges daily at dawn. While wearing the cloak, you can expend 1 or more of its charges to cast the following spells from it: Blur, Call Lightning, Create or Destroy Water, or Hallucinatory Terrain.
Hallucinatory terrain?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's one thing. That's flippin' awesome.
She didn't use it
So
against us.
So just look up Sandstorm Dancer, because that's the item.
Okay, Amaris, after Merilla puts it on, Amaris is just gonna be like, Merilla, can I please have it? It would complete the look.
Roll persuasion. Roll persuasion. She like Marilla's in like the mindset like she literally just saved your life. She might just give it to you.
Please let this be good.
Oh my gosh.
9.
9.
That is a
9.
solid 9. Very good.
I'm bringing my
Complete
physical
the
dice
look.
next time.
Amaris. She kind of like finishes clasping it onto herself, however it works.
You know, beauty is never seen.
Wait, what did she say? Something is never seen?
Beauty.
Beauty is never seen.
Something is never seen.
But it would look so cool with this outfit.
Merilla just raises her eyebrows.
Merilla bringing out the wisdom only when it suits herself.
She's brought it up plenty other times, sir. I've just been waiting to use that line, so I used it.
So Dusty's actually gonna talk to the Jackaware he's got here. He's gonna kind of like kneel down towards him with like his snakes like coming over his shoulders and like sort of hissing and stuff behind him.
Douse is getting out of that.
And he like kneels down and he says, "So, tell me, has she always been like this?" Your leader, and he gestures towards Cleo.
He just nods.
Always? So, ever since she's in power, she's been sending you to towns to take things and plunder things? Is that correct?
He nods again.
Okay. I'm not going to roll, but I do have a passive insight of 17.
Mhm.
So just as a general thing, if there's
Okay.
any particular feelings I get from them.
Yeah, you get what you get. He's very passive. It's hard to read.
All right. All right.
But even then, like he seems like there's no point to him in lying.
Yeah. Dusty, he like brings a hand to his chin and he says, "So, what happens if she's out of the picture for you? What happens to you? What happens to your tribe?"
The pack will crumble. It'll fall apart. There'll be other factions that are created and running rampant. She kept a lot of us Jackalwares in line.
How?
Having a leader.
I see.
Without a leader, a lot of these Jackalwares just turn tail and attack each other. Eventually kill ourselves out.
You fear her?
Not exactly.
Do you respect her?
Yes.
Dusty nods. And he says, "Why?"
She's powerful. She keeps the pack together. Yes, she's vain. Likes her shiny things, but it gives us something to do.
How long has she been in power for? I'm right behind him, so
Yeah.
I've been listening and taking notes.
He kind of like shrugs his shoulders a little bit. At this point, he has like lowered his hands and he's just kind of like sitting cross-legged. He's like not afraid of like the snakes or you guys. He's just kind of chilling there. She's been in power for a long time. Several years. More than that. He just kind of like, he's like, long as I've been here.
Has she always had that thing around her leg? I kind of like point over to the crumbled bracelet.
He goes, nah, that's been there for kind of like thinking, how long has it been in the campaign? It's been 2
In
months.
total, like a little over 2 weeks.
In campaign? No. No, I got the dates.
Yeah.
In
Or-
campaign.
Dusty, when did you
It's
leave
been
the
13
desert?
days.
Megan, can you check chat? Thanks.
Dusty, when were you leaving the desert? How long ago was that? Because that
Good question. Let me check my notes. Double checking. Left the desert approximately. Let's see.
wasn't it like 2 months before?
Yeah, I think it was about 2 months.
2 months before the campaign started, and it's been like what? 3 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that in the campaign. So
No,
he's
no.
gonna
It's
go.
been 13 days. It's been 1 day short of 2 weeks.
Okay, so he's gonna
Dang.
go about like 3 months, but like 3 months.
About 3 months. Did she start getting more aggressive about stealing things when she got that bracelet?
No, same amount. We moved though.
Why? Did she say to move?
3 months ago, yeah.
From where?
We used
An
to
old
live
location in the desert?
old location, yeah. Didn't harm nothing, but nothing around.
Dusty kind of like
went
looks
went
up.
into dead stall a little bit, but not too much.
Dusty kind of looks up towards Nuri, and he kind of like tilts his head a little bit, and he says, "Very interesting. Where do you keep your prisoners?"
He kind of like puts his thumb, points his thumb back over towards the top door here. He goes, "You're gonna want to be heading south, but that's north. It's the door you got to get out of. Head up, take a left, and just keep taking lefts.
All right.
There's gonna be some other jack-o'-wares along the way, but I can head with you to defuse it. Don't
Okay.
need any more dying."
No. And he kind of like turns towards Cleo for a moment, and then looks back at the jackal-ware, and he says, "What's your name?"
Fit.
Fit?
Yeah, FIT. Fit.
Because he's so fit.
He is very fit.
Well,
I mean, he's the only one currently standing, just not
eh,
including the chicken.
He's the
Yep.
strong.
Because he chased a wizard around.
he did. And Dusty asks, "Well, Fit, you said if without a leader, this whole system you got going on will fall apart. So, do you think it would be beneficial for this to fall apart? Or do you think it is a good thing, a good system having you guys together?"
He pauses for a moment, and then says, "You don't want it to fall apart. Any nearby cities, any nearby settlements, those are going to be overrun with wild packs of jackal-wares. You're going to have more lycanthropes than you want."
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you become the leader?
I don't want it. Pack animal?
You don't want to be the alpha?
No.
I was afraid of this. And he kind of like stands up a little bit and brushes himself off. He like thinks for a second. I mean, we can tie her up, but killing her's just gonna set things down a worse path than they are.
How long has that dark elf drow been visiting you?
Every now and then. Once a month for the past 3 months.
After she got the band.
Yep.
Did that lady, that drow, give her the band?
Yeah.
Huh.
When you guys start talking about the drow, Merilla like looks over and is like trying to listen intently. We're kind of like, you're like what, 30 feet away? She can't really hear everything.
But I really need to know. Who does the drow work for?
Don't know.
Never heard a name?
He kind of takes a breath and it looks like he's thinking hard. The Heralder. That was mentioned.
All right.
Merilla
Nuri-
is standing up now.
Nuri is gonna just push through the snakes, stop by Dusty and put a hand on his shoulder and kind of lean in and just say, Cleo cannot live. And she will walk away.
Let's go.
Gonna like
Just-
walk over here.
Dusty kind of, he like turns back towards Nuri.
You'll see Douse is currently trying to dress a few of her wounds, thinking that we're still going to be talking to her.
Actively
Mars is
dressing
like
her.
slapping. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what Mars is doing.
Did you say that to where the Jackalware heard?
She whispered it into my ear, but the Jackaware very well could have heard it with his keen
he
hearing.
does have keen hearing. He's going to like stand up straight a bit, and he goes, "Don't you dare kill her."
Dusty calls out, he's like, yeah, Nuri, that's not a good idea.
She hasn't
If-
walked, she like walked away. She's like between the two groups and she's like scribbling in her journal and she's like rubbing her forehead and she looks very distressed and angry at the same time. And she's kind of like walking in a circle.
Merilla, looking at the front of Nuri, is gonna like lean over, look at Dusty, and be like,
We can't just there's we have to think about the balance here. We can't just the chaos that would cause.
You kill her, and my pack mates will make sure none of you make it out of this den alive.
And Dusty kind of like gestures towards him, and he's like, that's just the start. Our lives are a lot less relevant to the people around. We're just a few people. But the nearby towns, the settlements, anywhere, even outside of the desert, may not be safe anymore.
Then what was the point of coming here in the first place? We came here
and then
To
she
figure out
messages
what is
Dusty.
wrong.
to get Cleo.
We came here to
Doesn't say the
figure
last
out
part
what's
aloud.
wrong.
She messages it.
Well,
What were you
That was the
saying,
initial
Douse?
part. Our initial objective was to figure out why all of this was happening. The fact that
For the
we got
Adventurers
this
Guild, yeah. But then as we were talking with the Jackawares at the Jackaware debacle, it became to get Cleo. And we all agreed that we were going to kill Cleo. I don't know, end character. Never mind. Blah, 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 blah.
yes, but it's not.
situation change.
If we can find a suitable replacement for Cleo, then perhaps. But
You you notice that Morwen steps forward a little bit, and she kind of like points over at Nuri, and she goes, "Well, I think pink hair over here has." Oh, sorry, that's not her voice. Well, I think pink hair over here has got it right. She deserves to die after what she's done to my friends.
I don't disagree. Also, consider what we saw before this whole fight started.
And she's saying this louder to the whole room.
There's way more at work here. The desert and the small borders.
She's being exaggerative.
This tiny borders around the desert. I don't think are the only things at risk.
It's bigger than that. I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, we won this fight, everyone, which is good. Maybe we can use that as leverage to figure something out in the meantime. Maybe put her under house arrest.
You got to be joking.
I'm spitballing ideas.
It's an awful idea, Douse. She either lives now or she dies.
Dusty kind of just like
I
sits
want that
back
on a
down.
t-shirt. I'm just
Dusty just kind of like,
ideas. That's terrible.
it's a terrible idea.
On a t-shirt.
Listen, if that
Hold on.
Jack if fit over there is correct, then we are doing more harm by killing her than good in the fact that the people we are supposed to be saving and protecting are now being attacked.
But if you think about it, putting her under house arrest does not stop her from giving commands. Those people are still in danger because she's alive.
It's an idea. Obviously, she probably hasn't left this place.
Merilla casts Firebolt?
Merilla casts Firebolt
Where?
at Cleo.
Oh my
okay.
god.
Standing right next to her.
She's just like,
Roll the hit.
She's right there. I get advantage, right?
Well, technically, when they're
She's
prone,
standing right next to
It's
her.
a save, isn't it?
And she's short, and this is a huge thing.
I'm gonna say just take a step back and you can get advantage.
Okay, she faints.
Honestly,
She's like,
I think the
and then
whole
she turns
like,
around and she's gonna cast Firebolt.
honestly, I
I-
think the whole like getting disadvantage on a prone person is stupid. In my opinion.
Well, you are the DM. You can nix it if you want. It's up to you. You're the DM.
I understand it with like long range weapons.
Mhm. Yeah, like if
Where
it's
it's
from
like,
a certain distance away, you know?
But point blank, when you're like right there in its own space.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? Stay right next to
But
her.
that's-
You get advantage.
Okay,
Nice.
it's a 21 and 17. 17 fire damage.
Hey.
yeah.
All right. She goes to bleeding out now. So she's going to be making. Well, I think she's just dead at that point. You just.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Douse is dressing her wounds.
Yeah,
Dust-
we'll
That's
have
just
it as a
Band-Aids.
failed. We're gonna have it as a failed death save. So
So-
now she's making death saves.
Dusty's going to call out, and he's going to hold up his hand, and he's going to gesture in the air, and he's going to call out to his serpents, and he's going to say, "Stop her!" As two of the serpents now come over towards you and make attempts to grapple you, not to hit you, but to grapple you.
Ooh, are you sure you want to grapple Merilla?
Actually, yes,
Okay.
they are coming over,
PvP, guys.
and
Nuri,
as long as you're okay with that, I should double check.
Oh
to
yeah,
make sure
I'm
you
definitely
are
okay with that. I've actually really been wanting to be grappled
Oh,
or
okay.
grapple somebody.
And it
But the
works
likelihood
out.
of that is less.
That works out. So yeah, the snakes come up. They're not attacking you; they're just grappling you. So I'm gonna have them make strength checks, contested against your strength checks. Okay, so that's
Douse will immediately
I
try
need to triple check something.
stabilize Cleo again.
see.
high or low, Merilla? High or low?
We just gained a follower, guys. Quantum Leap.
Oh,
Thanks
welcome.
for the follow.
Thanks for
You're
following the
awesome.
chaos.
Welcome, welcome.
What'd you say, Merilla?
You're debating what to do with this boss.
I said low.
Low.
Okay, so Merilla has a grappling feat. That means I get advantage against these checks.
Yes. So the first one
Sweet.
is a 7. And then the second one is 16.
Oh my gosh, guys, it came to this.
Oh, sorry. It's +2 on both of those. So it's 7, 8, 9, and then 18. 9 on the first one,
Okay,
18
and
on the
this is
second
like a
check.
strength
Nice.
saving. Is what I'm doing.
I believe it is an athletics check or acrobatics. Confirm DM. I believe it's acrobatics or athletics when you're being grappled. You can choose
Yeah.
either one.
Can I go
Yeah.
with athletics?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna roll twice to do.
So that's against the
15?
first one. You succeed against the first check. So
I
roll,
was like,
roll again as the second snake tries to wrap around you.
okay. Oh,
Okay. So
That's an 8.
the second snake will wrap around you. And
Okay.
Dusty is going to say just hold her as he he continues gesturing, and he says, listen, we can't just kill her like that. And he's going to walk over towards where Cleo is.
Before you walk over, Dusty.
Douse is trying to stabilize her.
Yep.
Can I make that
Dusty-
roll before she dies?
It's one or the many.
Yes, Nuri
A
is
few or the
calling
many.
out to me.
High or low, real quick.
Hi. Also, Dusty, seeing he's gonna say, then a couple of you come back here and watch this guy, as he
Well,
calls back to his
hold
snakes,
on.
if he's not
This-
gone yet.
Yeah, he drew his bow while you were commanding your snakes, and is shooting Merilla.
Oh, okay, that's pretty
And
reasonable.
I'm restrained now.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
Can I hit
Okay.
the snake instead?
So that is going to be a 18 to hit Merilla.
Okay, I was gonna be like shield spell, but JK. No,
Can we go into initiative order?
That might be
7
good.
points of damage.
10.
I
Okay.
would be fine with going into
So
initiative
7.
order.
Yes.
I would be
7?
all right with that.
7 points of damage, Merilla.
Okay.
Okay.
What is this snake
She's mad
Alrighty.
now.
Amaris, it is your turn. What are you doing? Or wait, who was wanting to do something?
I want to do something. Everyone
mean-
wants to do something.
The moment she cast the firebolt, I was trying to immediately do medicine on
Okay.
her. Is that okay? Or
Yes.
all right, do you want me
She
to
is-
re-roll it?
You rolled a 15. You can stabilize her.
Okay.
But that's on your turn. So Amaris, anything you wanted to do real quick? If not, you can totally just chill.
You should do something.
Amaris did back up to Nuri, and I did send something to Nuri about
Oh,
what
you
Amaris
did? I did
said.
not see it.
Yes.
Nuri looks at you with admiration.
And it like she's just like Amaris just gives you a look that's just like, just saying. And that's gonna be my turn.
Okay. Leaving the rest of us
Very
wondering.
nice.
Okay. Yes. And with that, it is now Douse. You are doing medicine. You succeed. Dusty, your turn.
Okay, so Dusty, so he sees this arrow fly over his shoulder. High or low?
Hi.
Okay, we're gonna roll a d20.
Hiya, hiya. Hiya, 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 hiya.
Okay, so he turns towards the guy behind him, and he says, "Fit. I have it under control."
he just growls and he goes, Leo was just burned.
You're right. He like gestures towards the snake. He says, I'm restraining her. I'm not gonna let Cleo die like this. She's needed.
He doesn't seem to believe you fully, but he stays put for now.
And he is going to say to the snakes, oh, how do I put this? He says, protect Cleo with your bodies. As he wants them to wrap themselves around her to keep people from attacking her in an attempt to give her some cover.
Okay. Except for the one that's wrapping Merilla.
Yeah, except for the one that's
Dang
wrapping
it! No, I'm
Merilla.
kidding.
And Dusty says, listen, he like turns to Fit. He says, would a replacement leader even work? Would you accept another leader? How would one even become a leader?
He just growls and shakes and kind of like pinches the bridge of like right above his snout in between his eyes, and he just, it would not work. This many jackalware need a lamia.
Can we find another one? She does not say that.
And they're rare? He asks.
Yes.
Of course they are. Ugh. Listen, if we make a decision, this needs to be together, you guys. And he just kind of like puts his head into his hands and pulls back up and keeps watching. And he's going to hold an action. Let's see. No, that's all. He's just gonna end his turn there.
Okay. Nuri, what are you doing?
Nuri is studying Merilla.
Okay.
She's gonna look to everyone else. Her shoulders just slump. Cleo can't live. I have been dealing with the Heralder for a very long time. And I know whoever the Heralder is, anyone involved shouldn't live.
That doesn't tell us anything.
And what about the pack?
It tells you. Sorry.
She's telling us that
because she
they
lives-
should
Gorilla
live.
moment there.
Why? What has this heralder done that has made it so no one can live?
My son is in a coma because of him. My husband is gone because of him.
That's
These
him.
people, these jackalwares are already attacking outside of the desert. Already. They're already making hundreds of people suffer. Because of Cleo. We remove her, it changes nothing. They will still go out and attack. We keep her, it changes nothing. They will still go out and attack, and the drow will come back, and they will take the Lamia again. And the drow will become more powerful and will aid the Heralder, which cannot
Have you
be
thought
allowed.
about the fact that the drow has seen your face now?
I'm not worried about that. They've already seen my face.
They've seen Amaris' face. They've seen Merilla's. They've seen Dusty. They've seen mine.
You were all behind the door.
You guys were all like
Okay,
peeking
that's true.
through,
That's
so
true.
they
That's
didn't
true.
really,
I'm so sorry.
they
I did
didn't
not
get
say
a
that.
heard
clear
us.
look at
I
any
take it
of
back.
you
I take it
guys.
back.
No,
Take it
you're
back. I forgot about that fact.
I'll get
You're good.
Oh,
Okay.
very
so,
good. Can I
That's my turn.
ask for a high or low from Nuri, but also can I also give Nuri information? Is that okay? Can I say that? Can I can I decide on that?
I vote.
Okay. So the Heralder is someone that
Hi.
is. I agree. He's evil. But that doesn't mean anything for Chloe. We just. Maybe she was being led down the wrong path. Doesn't she still deserve a chance to do the right thing?
I just read her thoughts. She's only worried about her shiny things. I think not. Rotten to the
And-
core.
We all have things that are precious to us.
Okay, but think of it. She's been doing this even before she had that bracelet on. Nuri's right. This would change nothing.
Okay. Then what about all the people below her? All of the jackalins? Do they deserve to be left unguided and to...
If
This
they
man
have a
clearly
crummy leader,
respects her.
yes.
For what? The past couple months?
She was leader before that. She only started acting crazy a couple months ago.
But we have a Jackware here who clearly respects her. She has done something.
I
in
think
her
he's comfortable.
She
He
controls them with her
growls.
charms. That's the only reason she's keeping any of these people in check. It's just her charms. They don't really respect her.
Smart.
I mean,
Big brain.
the charm faded on me. Shouldn't the charm have faded on them as well?
Wouldn't be hard.
It depends on the magic. Some magic can last for months at a time.
Oh, I won't pretend to know anything about magic here. But I think outright killing her might not be the best idea, is all I'm trying to say. And I would rather you not do something in a fit of rage that would later harm millions of people, hundreds, thousands of people.
So what do? We just take her somewhere?
That's the same
I-
as killing her. We might as
Yeah,
well kill her.
It will remove her from the and they'll just
Talk to her first. We have her subdued.
I did think about that, but I think it's too dangerous to bring her back to get her information.
use a
Information
caster.
from her.
Maybe if we can do it in a way that she can't speak or move her hands.
And there's no point in talking to her because she can't speak.
You can move your head, yes, you know.
She could lie.
Very easily.
Good lie.
Couldn't we all? I mean, you're not wrong.
Yes, Douse, you know that.
Oh shoot. Out of
Shots
game.
fired.
Oh shoot.
Ouch.
Listen,
We could at least get some leads.
I don't know. Dusty says. I don't know. I understand. By keeping her alive, the pack is together. They'll still be hunting things. They'll still be seeking things. They'll still be fighting people.
Welcome to Rosemary Studios, where we debate
Hey, welcome to Rosemary
morality
PG Studios.
every session.
I she wasn't controlled before. She was still taking things. She was still plundering things. She wasn't under a spell back then. Now she is. She's just working with the greater evil.
whichever choice we make, there's no winning. People will suffer either way. It's just a matter of how quickly.
And how many?
Dusty just kind of like turns back to Fit. And he just kind of like looks at him. He looks him like he looks him in the eyes. And he just kind of turns back towards Cleo, who's just, wrapped casually in snakes. And he just sits down cross-legged and he just kind of like gestures towards Nuri, and he just kind of like waves his hand from one side to the other in a sort of like a primitive gesture, and he makes a sigil in the air and he says, block the exits to his snakes. And he says, do whatever you will. And he turns again back to the Jackaware and he says, I'm sorry.
And Fit is like jumps up and he is going to so when the snakes, you say that, so Merilla, you are no longer grappled.
Excellent.
Fit is going to run over.
I cast Toll the Dead on
I
him.
missed what Dusty said.
He said,
I missed what Dusty said.
He said, do what you will, basically. He's leaving her
Ouch.
life in your guys' hands.
And the snakes are removed from her as well?
They are no longer protecting her. They are instead
Queen.
going to the exit to block it off. So that Fit doesn't leave.
As Fit
Both
is
exits?
running, Emily, I cast Toll the Dead on him, by the way.
I also cast Firebolt again.
At
Too many souls.
Cleo?
Douse can't do anything.
Yeah, you can't do anything to stop it. Cleo is Bedzo. You can cast Toll the Dead, but he is also going to be able to attack you.
Okay, well, I cast Toll the Dead on him as he's running, and I'm just like, Fit, stop or we will kill you, as I cast Toll the Dead. So he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. He makes a 12.
Fail.
Okay.
He takes 2d12 since he is hurt.
Dang.
Oh, okay. He takes 19 points of necrotic damage as he's running.
Dang.
He has to be dead.
He's not.
He was dead.
He only had like maybe 10 hit points taken out of him throughout that entire battle.
Really? I thought he
Yeah.
had like 15 or something. Okay.
No,
Yes.
the
Sorry.
other one had a larger chunk. He comes
The
running
chicken
over.
just walking around.
Yeah, the chicken is just walking around. He is going to pounce on you. You must make a. Oh wait, hold on. Let him roll the hit real quick. Does a 16 hit you, Sierra?
Yeah.
Okay. You must make a strength saving throw. As he claws at you.
Do I have advantage because of the bear thing?
That's on wisdom, right?
No, it's
It
strength.
is for strength saving throws.
Oh, it is
yes.
strength? Okay, so you
Aha.
do have advantage.
Although, let me double check. It might be off. Because we have been
Oh.
talking. I've been keeping track of times on my spells because they do all have timers.
Well.
Yes, it only persisted for a minute of our
Oh,
conversation.
so
Well,
it's
then in
off.
that case, it's gone. So it's 4.
Yes.
Well, I'll
Although
use
my
my
snakes
D6.
are still up.
Actually, I won't. Just 4.
It's just 4. So you fail. So you're knocked prone, Sierra.
Okay.
I'm just gonna turn your person. You're knocked prone. You take 8 points of slashing damage as it claws at you. And he gets a
The Mari's
bonus
get an
action.
opportunity attack because she's like right there.
Well, technically, it's not an opportunity attack because he isn't
Okay.
leaving the square. He does get a bite bonus action for that because he pounced. Which is a 16 to hit.
Hits.
And that is 1d. 7, 8, 9, 10 points of damage and make a constitution saving throw.
Okay. Wait, 7. I'm gonna add my bardic. Can I add bardic inspiration to Constitution stuff, saving throws, or is it
Not
just
to saving
skills?
throws. It's
Okay.
only skills.
Should I trust the computer or should I trust the dice?
That is the real question.
13.
13 just barely saves.
Listen, the
Really?
lycanthrope sisters, the lycanthrope cousins, twinsies, that would have been hype. I don't know about you guys, but
There we go.
They guide each other through the whole
So cure
scenario.
wounds doesn't cure the infection.
Not that I know of. You need cure disease. Cure
Okay.
poison and disease. Yeah. Okay, so he just lunges at you and knocks you down and just bites. I was gonna say a different word, but it would have been bad in that context.
Okay. I guess we're in fighting order, so I can't do anything.
Yeah, so it'd go to Merilla next, technically.
Kadoke. I had a plan. It was going to be a funny, dramatic plan, but it's out the window now. Villa is going to. No, she's still going to do part of it because it's funny. As soon as she casts the firebolt, she is going to turn around and she's going to walk off the raised dais with her 2 long, super nice sand cape just kind of like on the ground, draped behind her, and like follows her. She goes down the step, and then she sees that happen. And she is going to cast Firebolt at this Jackaware. Just one because I'm out of 20s. Please hit. 24! It hits.
All right, roll for damage.
6.
6, okay.
And as she does that, she's going to say, "Thanks for your patience, Morwyn."
Yeah, Morwen's kind of like tapping her foot on the ground. Her arms are crossed. She seems very impatient right now. She's like,
Just a little longer.
okay, Amaris, it's your turn. He's right next to you.
He is right next to me. He's attacking my cousin. Let's see what I got.
Hello.
I think with this, she is just going to draw her rapier and slice at him.
Alrighty, roll the hit.
So 4 bonuses. It's what, and what?
Proficiency plus dexterity. Or strength, whichever is higher.
Proficiency and dexterity. So that's 3.
And then on damage, you just add dexterity. Or strength, whichever's higher again. And that's because you're using a
So-
rapier.
Okay, so that is 19 to hit.
19 hits. Roll for damage.
Nice.
All right, and then for rolling for damage, do I add anything on?
Add your dex modifier.
And it's 1d8. Eight points of damage.
Okay.
Pretty good.
All right. Douse, your turn.
Why do I get in these situations?
I keep getting in these situations.
I know, right?
What is the situation at this point?
Oh,
The
just
fact
everything.
Douse doesn't like killing people.
Infection would probably be lesser or greater restoration. Thank you, Quantum Leap.
Lesser or greater restoration?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
lesser restoration is the one that cures diseases and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Great.
I thought I
Greaters.
heard a different word that I didn't know existed. So I was like, wait.
Nah, that's okay. Thank you, Quantum Leap.
Douse
We will
is just gonna
save
try
that.
and block as much, give her as much cover as she can. But guys, couldn't we at least please just ask her something about the
Wait,
bracelet?
into
Find out
Lamia?
something.
But she's dead now.
She's dead?
Yeah, she's dead.
She did.
Oh, I thought she was still alive. I was very confused as to why everybody was still attacking the wolf, but not her.
Oh no, she
No.
died.
She died.
No.
Marilla roasted
Merilla-
her.
Yeah, she was first up. Lasted.
Yep.
Okay. For some reason, I thought that didn't happen because we went to the rotation of turns.
Yeah, I'm sure that
No,
makes
this is the second
Douse
time.
very happy.
Happened a second time. And
Yeah.
then she died.
Okay. Douse just doesn't know what to do. He's
Unless
just
I
gonna
misunderstood.
slump down and just hold his head and not know what to do.
Alrighty. Douse, internal panic mode. Dusty.
Dusty kind of like he actually was doing the internal Douse panic mode. He just sat down and like crossed his legs and crossed his arms. And then he heard Fit run past him, and so he like opened his eyes and he saw him pounce on top of Nuri's
Blood flying everywhere.
blood flying everywhere as he
She's
begins
prone.
mauling her. And
so bad.
so he's going to stand up and he's going to say, the snakes that aren't holding the door, kill him. As he walks forward, and if he doesn't
love how
die
he
from the
says-
snakes, he's going to do something.
I love how he says that so resignedly. Just like,
Yeah, he's not happy about it. And the snakes are going to attack first. So one of them is going to use their constrict ability.
Okay.
So that is D20. Well, we're going to constrict until one of them actually hits him. So that misses with a 9.
So one of
And
them
that's
missed.
9. Is he prone as well? Because these rolls are very bad. Okay, so that's 9. Then we have 6. And that one actually might hit with an 18.
The 14 hits.
Okay, so that's... And then... So if that hits, then he gets grappled.
Okay.
And it's... Then...
So
we're gonna
only
roll
one more can attack him, yeah.
Yeah. And then that one rolls a 15. Okay. So he's going to take 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 4. So 1d8, that's 1d6, and then add 4 to that. So he takes 8 points of damage from the snakes.
Okay.
And
he is now constricted.
yes, he is restrained. So Dusty is going to... He's going to say, pull him off of her in an attempt to see, like, have them leverage their weight to the side.
They can pull him off of Nuri. But he is just like, like a wolf trapped.
Yep. And Dusty's going to come over to Nuri, and he's going to like kneel down at her side, and he's gonna shake his head and say, "I'm sorry," as he casts Cure Wounds at 2nd level.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Nuri's
You
turn.
regain, Nuri. You regain 13 hit points.
15 points. Yay!
13 total. Okay. And that's the end of his turn.
All right, Nuri, your turn.
I'm gonna get to my feet a little shakily, like I'm holding my shoulder.
This poor shoulder.
No, I've been through it.
So was Amaris.
That's a Mars. I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead once again on Fit. He needs to make a Constitution saving throw, and as I cast it, again, that necrotic energy coming from my quill, I'll just look at Dusty and be like, "You have no reason to apologize."
8.
He fails.
Okay. Roll for damage.
2d12.
By the way, in response, Dusty's head just kind of slumps down a little bit.
He takes 10 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, awesome. Alrighty. And
I will actually step away since he's grappled. Step away.
And you take half of your movement to stand up. So he's prone. Okay. So now it is NPC turn, and Morwen is just going to kind of circle her hands together, and you see this like dark purple energy forming, and she just fires it out and basically just kills him with a chaos bolt. So
Okay.
and he is dead.
Once that's over, Marilla's gonna step to the side and she's gonna start approaching Morwen if we have a little bit more time. And she's gonna try to start a dialogue with her. I don't know if you want to end now or
We're gonna end with this.
Late.
It is very late. So with this, the last Jackalware in this room is dead. Cleo
Except
is
for the chicken.
dead.
You mean the
Yeah,
chicken?
actually, yes. The chicken is still in the room and still kicking. Only for an hour. Then he's back to the Jackalware.
Wait, maybe before the hour is up, we take him to the prisons and lock him up in there.
That's
a good idea.
This plan.
just before it's out so that he doesn't walk through the bars. Throw the chicken in.
Just kick
Throw
the
chicken in, put up some chicken wire.
We'll be fine.
Stay in there.
That's so good.
Be a good chicken.
With that, actually, you're gonna see as you kind of are walking up to Morwen to start up a conversation with her. You do see an egg off on the side of the chicken,
Nice.
just for kicks and
It was
giggles.
a female.
No, I'm kidding.
What?
Yeah.
Just for kicks and giggles. We're tossing that in there. But with that, we will conclude tonight's session. What do you guys think?
Wow.
How do you feel?
That was intense.
I want to keep playing.
I really want to keep playing.
So do I. Like, I have so many questions, both for quest and for personal reasons. No spoilers to
I
ask this
have
lady.
so many questions.
So much I want to talk about.
But we're
Wow.
out of time.
And we have
out
to get
of
out of here
time.
alive.
You guys are going to have to talk to Morwen next session, and you'll be able to rescue her friends and possibly get some more loot because you just
Yay.
Another
killed
cloak.
Cleo.
Yay.
There better be another cloak.
Ah,
I mean, I gotta say, my boyfriend's a DM as well, dungeon master, and he picked out a bunch of really fun magical items for this dungeon.
Woo,
So I'm
spicy.
super excited to have you guys experience those magical items and find them.
Very nice.
So get excited. It's not just the cloak.
Oh, I am. Oh, I am.
That's only if we find the treasure, because there's a whole bunch of other jackwares in here that are gonna be really mad.
Yeah.
So we might have to just run. We
And
might
also
not get any treasure.
I'm really happy we did this, but we've just kind of like humanized every single we didn't have to do that. I literally asked the kid his name before I killed him. Like I'm like, hey, what's your name? Okay. Fit. Good to meet you, Fit. And rest in peace, Fit. To be honest, rest in peace, dude. He's just out here doing what he believes in, and we just come in here and
we're
murder
gonna kill
him.
him. He came back and attacked. Okay, that was on him.
It's the
It
same
was
reason my
100% on him.
it's the
But
same
can I
reason
just
my
say-
dad won't let
Defense.
us name chickens. So you know.
Can I just say, from the outwards perspective of Douse, seeing everyone, like, yes, he attacked, but all of a sudden he's just surrounded and put out of his misery. And it was like,
It's very gruesome.
it is a very gruesome scene. I'm like,
It was very sad. Yes, Quantum
It's
Leap, thank you
all-
so much for commenting in the chat, for helping us out.
Hey, big appreciate that.
Thank you guys.
MVP.
Thank you, chat. You guys are amazing. Quantum Leap MVP of tonight. And thank you to all you players. I love you guys so much. Any final words before we end tonight's session?
Next session is going to be next week. Are we back on the regular schedule now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said next session, not like next week earlier, and I was like,
Yes.
wait.
Sorry. Next
I just
week.
had it's just I have trauma and I just need to make sure that we're gonna be doing this weekly. I just need to make
Yes.
sure. I
All-
agree. I agree with Teal over here.
All of our traveling has been done with.
I'm
we are
glad,
now back.
glad she asked it. Okay, good.
All right. Well, love you guys. See you next week for next week's session. And have a wonderful rest of your evening.
bye.
Bye.
Bye.